How's it going? I'm here. I'm a little late. I was doing good being on time or early the past couple days. Today, I'm not so late. A little bit. A little bit. Um, I feel like before I started the stream, I was very riled up. Yeah, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. And then I sat here and did my makeup and calmed the hell down. And now I don't know why I'm mad. I have no reason to wear these. They're on the phone. I'm not listening to anything. Good. No, I'm glad. I'm glad I said something. So, um, before I say anything else regrettably awkward, let's play the ads. Hi, I'm back. Cloud face McGee. So I was just hate my bangs today. I think a pretty good indication of whether or not I'm gonna have a good day is whether or not I'm having a good hair day. Look like a seventh grader. So I was using this liquid eyeliner to draw little hearts on my face. And one of them, the black one, of course it was in black. I just like made it and made one of the sides of the hearts too big, and I was like, I can't wipe this off. The blue is pretty light. The purple is almost just as dark as the black, but the black was just gonna leave a black mark on my face. So instead of trying to scrap it and start over, I just covered the whole area. including two other hearts, and made a cloud raining hearts instead of hearts on my face. At a distance, I'm not gonna say it looks like a poo because it doesn't look like a poo, but it definitely doesn't really look like a cloud with a cute face. Raining clouds on here. So I kind of went with the Hounds of Love references because I'll probably do some love readings tonight or at least tomorrow. And clouds, cloud busting, and big sky, all that to help make it more obvious. Um, but in all truthfulness and honesty, I think it might be driving me nuts already. So good luck watching this tonight. This side's just a little XO, but I never lean that way. I lean towards the microphone, you know what I mean? So, towards the art, so I can see Jimmy, you know. Hung this up on a stick. We'll see how long that lasts. I'll probably roll back too far and it'll all come crashing down, but it's just my little XO. Kind of cute, right? It's just hanging on a fucking stick that I got one day. You know, I'm weird as fuck. Part of what I was thinking about before I started streaming and all day, because I do find it to be ironic that I'm a predictive text and yet I never see anything coming. So, um, for myself, but I think back to every time in my life, every era of my life, and beyond being, would you say noticed? Beyond being noticed, um, I think I've always felt the interconnectedness to the earth, despite the fact that humans have created a concrete jungle above it, right? Like, just because there's a metropolis built around you, right? Doesn't necessarily mean that nature is somehow left out of the equation. Nature is kind of never removed in essence. Like you can build things and um, I don't know. I'm not going to elaborate on building, but no matter how much you build up the structures, nature still exists all in it. It's not even just under it, obviously under it and above it and around it, even inside of it. We have plants inside. So I think no matter where I am, I feel highly in tune with nature, and my nature is to dance. I love to dance. I was recently, I should look this up before I start talking about it, but I recently saw something passing on the internet about a couple, an influencer couple somewhere else in the world. I'm looking it up. Getting arrested for like slow dancing in a public space in their country and getting sentenced to 10 years in prison. That's banonkers, dude. I can't like truly fathom that. And so, even though I've always been the type to just be dancing at all times. Kind of like the ongoing joke being a waitress was always, um, the regular saying, "Oh, I just came for the show," or "I came because it's both a dinner and a show," etc. Right? Hearing things like that, knowing it's 2023, having read all these dystopian novels, I'm looking it up. Sorry, I'm slow. It's fucking scary to think that people's right to dancing is getting revoked. And also, welcome. I feel like it's very rare for you to catch a Twitch stream, and I appreciate you being here. Gregor. Sorry, that's about what we do in the shadows. Sorry. And- okay. Iran, and it says, well, it says Iranian couple, Iran couple, but where were they? I'm assuming they were in Iran. It's international news for sure. What do we trust the most? The Guardian, CBS, BuzzFeed, CNN, Vice. What's the medium here? What? Which one should I click? I'm leaning towards CBS for some reason. I used to kind of go CNN, but I feel like that's don't really like Vice. BuzzFeed should not even be commenting on this. I don't know anything about the Guardian. I think it's a pretty unanimous story. It's not like I really need to thoroughly check the sources when there are so many, but those are some. Okay, more than a decade in prison. They posted themselves dancing in front of a Iran landmark. Tehran, probably Tehran. Um, what is that? Oh, it's the capital. It's just the city capital, or the capital city, I should say, of the country. So, because they were a landmark in the capital city, they were violently arrested, ages 21 and 22 years old, for publishing a video of them dancing on social media in a city square with a freedom, ironically enough, a freedom monument in the back. This was, I heard about this a while ago and I never brought it up because it evaded me, I suppose. But today I was thinking about how, as much as I understand why people would think that the goal is to garner attention or that there's some deeper, insidious meaning behind me dancing all of the time as if I was doing some sort of mating ritual or black magic, as so many people assume is everything that I do. It cannot exist anymore because I'm open about my practices. But what it really is knowing that at any moment they can take all of these rights from us. That's why I fucking smoke weed and I do it on Twitch because I'm allowed to. That's why I dance when I'm walking down the street because I can. That's why I sing loudly in front of anybody and not really give a fuck because you know what? I could be bumping music on my fucking speakers or whatever. But isn't that just equally obnoxious or maybe less obnoxious, but also less hilarious? So just kind of enjoy the show, okay? Relax a little bit. It's not all about you. Hey, Dom, how's it going? Personal messages. Not so personal. I feel like it's been a while, or you've been really quiet. Okay, so that's a great point. We're obviously in chat mode right now, and I was literally just like bitching. Um, we were talking about this Iranian couple that was arrested for dancing. Super sad, but um, the UFOs are interesting, especially being in the Midwest because right now Ohio's going through some shit which I don't fully understand. Let's bring that up too. Is this like the current events portion of and we went on even text stream? I love doing current events from the past. So wait, stoned current events from the past. So who knows? Maybe I'll do that again. It's always fun. But actual current events right now, still stoned. I'm sorry. I think. um, when people say I live in my own world, I like totally get it kind of because I think I tailor make jokes for myself. I make content for myself. I make all my looks for myself. Everything I do is just like for me and a lot of times only understood and or liked by me. And I am not an exception to that rule. For whatever reason. I get it though. I think it'd be a lot for someone like me to handle someone like me in a sense. But I thought it'd be a nice balance for people who aren't. But maybe I ought to try people who are more like me. But so far, striking out because I'm one of a kind. And maybe just a little bit out of my mind. We don't have to keep going, but you know I can ride. Okay, what's with the blah? It's annoying. It's an in your face moment feet over there. It's okay. My eye's been twitching all day too, and it's not. What's pissing me off? The reason it's pissing me off is that it's twitching right here, like this part is twitching. Instead of this is where I usually get an eye twitch if I've had too much caffeine. I'm like a this kind of person. This twitching is like not it for me. Did I see what ads? Is this part of, is this our bit? Are we making fun of me? Do you think I'm funny? Is that what this is? Do you think I'm funny? Wait, is that happening? Did you guys wait, did they play the ads? Is that, or were you telling me about something that I was supposed to watch? I don't even know. I'm so sorry if that's the case. Oh, what's up? You did, dude. That was like a whole series. I lived it, you know. I was there when it was on TV airing. Are you talking about like Boost Mobile did the before Where You At? They had the What's Up. I think it was Boost Mobile. Um, and then like they had the Scream edition one. Yeah, like it was a whole series. I don't really know what you mean by the dog. Maybe there was an episode, commercial episode with a dog. I don't really know. Yeah, you know, inspired. Always inspired. Okay, I guess I'm fucking boring everyone else. Let's go back to current events instead of me wilding out. I get it. Sometimes I gotta get too hyped up and really do the shakedown, filter people out. Some people don't deserve this, period. So sometimes you gotta just with a little okay. So back to current events. The Midwest, being in the Midwest is a trip right now because we will talk about the UFOs, but I want to talk about this like weird chemical spill real quick. I don't fully understand it. A train crashed in Ohio. There was a commercial with the talking dog. I think it was an anti-weed service ad. The dog's talking to the kid who's like stoned out of his mind. Um, they're like, "Don't smoke weed. Don't get too high. Talk to your dog." And it's like, dude, I get high to talk to my dog. What the fuck are you talking about? I remember the first time, not the first time I was tripping, but the first time I saw my pets while tripping, I was like, "Whoa!" Like I did just talk to these fucking animals. Like, fuck yeah. That was a long time ago, and I would never condone the use of drugs, except for, you know, if you want to medicinally practice marijuana. That's pretty much the only thing I agree with, ever, in the rest of my life. Amen. So, yeah, weird energy for me to be presenting tragic current events and be about it. For Cupid, I had wings on earlier. Um, Clouds in my coffee, cup full of hearts. We're not here to make friends. We're here to make art. Okay, so let's look at this train crash in Ohio, and see about these chemical spills. We'll do tarot later. Relax. Stick around. Okay, three additional chemicals discovered on East Palestine train. Okay, so that's another confusing thing. It's Ohio, but it's apparently called East Palestine, which is really interesting because I feel like what a headline and how telling of just like the world, right? Like, what did I mean, the irony, the revenge, the ancestors. I'm sorry, Ohio. It's just like literally look at what's going on in actual Palestine, and then now look at what's happening in pseudo Palestine. It's not like the people there necessarily deserved it, but I'm totally unsurprised by that. And it did make the whole thing really confusing. Um, the village of East Palestine, Ohio. But also, I wonder what the population is like there. Safety questions remain after Ohio train derailment. So they were like, everyone evacuate. And they're like, yeah, you can come back. But there's like a fucking mushroom smoke cloud in the midst of Ohio. Um, and animals were just like dying almost instantly in really sickening ways. It's all happening. Um, yeah, well, okay, so here's the thing too. It's like there's this debate. There's a debate on what the distraction is. Because at the same time, good evening, by the way, Ali. Um, at the same time, are these UFO balloons really unidentified or do they know what they are? And they're sending them out like Are they literally doing the thing that we do with dogs, but like they actually throw the ball? Listen. Like, you know how when you're like playing with a dog, you're like, oh, fetch, and you don't really throw it, and the dog goes and looks for it anyway. What if they were like, yo, what if we use this logic? We, and they're not looking for a ball, we throw one, and it's the balloons. They're just like, they just started a game of fetch. They're like, whew, look at that. And they're trying to clean up this massive chemical spill in Ohio. Or they actually are like, oh my goodness, let's tip this train over because we might be getting invaded by aliens right now or another country or whatever the fuck these balloons are. And when we shoot them, do we know what happens? No. Tip the train. Like, what? You know, so what's the conspiracy? What's the cover up? It's really hard to say. I think it's just a lot going on. I think it's like total drama, total chaos, you know? And I think that they don't know what they're doing anymore. I don't think they ever really knew what they were doing. I think it's just very hard to keep things under wraps because people are getting really honest and speaking up, and they are looking to people like us to make up the difference and be able to adjust so quickly and so easily to fucking anything that they're like trying to give progressives a moment, but it's starting a fucking race war, class war, sex war, gender war, fucking political war. And they're like, God damn it, that wasn't even the intention. But I guess that takes care of like 60 of our other problems. We're just gonna let that happen. In the meantime, how are we gonna introduce them to the aliens? Which I've just been saying Mark Zuckerberg should just show his true form. Be fine. People be like, "Oh, that makes sense. No wonder that guy." Okay, I shouldn't have said his name on Twitch. I know, it was bad. I've been avoiding all of those jokes, and I need to keep avoiding them and bury the fucking hatchet. But sometimes social media be pissing me off. Um, but no vendettas, 2023. We're in Aquarius season. My fucking eye will not stop twitching. It stopped for a while, but then when I sat down again, it started going. Um, What is disclosure? What do you mean? Like the group, like the DJ? Now I've got you in my space. I won't let go of you. Bam, bam, don't you shackle in my embrace. I'm latching onto you. Bam, bam. So, um, a lot. No, it's for sure a lot. Oh, okay. Well, we have open contact. I think we just don't recognize it as such. It's been open contact. How the fuck do you think we just like randomly did this? If you kind of like take a look at human history and you look at technology and you look at the way things were going, you could not, as much as I credit two of them, you cannot pin the second wave. They already started. Now I've got you in my space. I won't let go of you. Pew, pew. I'm waiting for them to come pick me up, y'all. I'm so sick of it. They tested my heart, and who is it? Anubis? I don't know who's there. Light as a feather, man. It is a board. Um, so listen, they've been here. As much as you want to credit like people like Steve Jobs and Bill Gates for the second wave of technological revolution, it is Anubis, is it? Yeah. Yeah. When you're like dying, I was like effectively dead. I was like, oh man, if I could save anyone, it would be everyone. Just kill me. And they were like, absolutely not, you wonderful, wonderful person. Like, we're gonna save you. And I was like, please don't do that. My life is really, I'm good. I should be laughing while saying that, but how else do you deliver those kind of messages? Um, but yes, I think that overall, and because it just hit me that that's what that was. Anubis the whole time. It kind of explains everything that I've been talking about and confused about. Anubis is probably the key because, of course, the Egyptian stuff followed me up until that point to begin with, and it did feel like a test of like it was like, what if it was this? What about this? What about this? And every single time I was just like, I mean, I guess if I really absolutely didn't choose myself and I'd have to do this because you're telling me that if I did, you know, it's very hard to be put on the spot or in that position, but now looking back, thinking Anubis, wow, crazy. I could cry right now. Who's crying? Somebody crying? It's like I didn't need to say anything or do much I could have when you smile. God of the Dead. Why did I never think of this? Thanks for this all coming up tonight. I don't know why I never thought about that. Um, the Egyptian stuff always stood out. That's how I got my deck, and that's how I got all that Ben and Jerry's ice cream. And it screams to me. It's hanging right here, and I sit here and talk to. Is this Anubis? No, he's a bird. I mean, Anubis is a dog. This is a bird. It must be Iris or Osiris or something. Isis, what is their name? I don't even know them that well. That's what I'm saying. It's like it may be culturally inappropriate, but also maybe aliens. Are we really still calling that pseudo archaeology? That's gonna piss me off until I die. Oh my god. Which like who knows when that's gonna be, right? Literally nobody apparently. So what's up, you guys? Very current, very events. It's a pretty chaotic time, and right. No, that is what I was referring to, but I had only seen it in media. I won't say what media because no spoilers, but let's just say it was pretty spooky. Um, so I kind of knew what I was referencing, didn't realize it was the Egyptian, and didn't realize it was Anubis. And I know who Anubis is, and I didn't really process that he was God of the Dead. And I didn't really think about the fact that I talked to the dead. And I didn't really think about how I don't really totally resonate with Greek mythology, even though I do kind of vibe with Hades, right? And say in all of them. But I never bother with Anubis. Especially when I do God, that is kind of insult. I feel like I made maybe oh my god, made it made sense. It's a good thank you guys. What are those cackles for? God, I can be so creepy sometimes. Y'all, I'm in a weird vibe today. I'm on like I don't know what day eight of my cycle, not to talk about PMDD, but I feel like I need to address it because it's chaos. First of all, I know when people are watching my stream, or I don't always know who, but I know who is watching my stream. So sometimes the disruptive energies will pop in and out. But I know that me, myself, and I today have been pretty flat, pretty sad, pretty slow moving, pretty depressed, pretty depleted, pretty drained, pretty good sport anyway because I'm not any physical pain and I worked all day and now I'm about to work all night and that's okay with me because honestly, even though it's the worst feeling ever to have anxiety about literally everything you do and your whole life in general for like 3 straight days for no fucking reason other than a burnout of all fucking hormones, thank you, and all dopamine and stuff. But like, I'm getting relief from the constant blood clots and cramps and migraines and deep muscle pains. So I have to just sit here and be like, okay, I can do this physically. I'm gonna have to just watch my mouth and figure it out mentally because mentally it's a fucking horrible time of my cycle, but physically I'm fine, so I gotta just keep it moving. And in a few days' time, I'll be proven like it's like, when I get all in like 3 more days, and everyone will start vibing again. But like these couple days are rough. So then we start talking conspiracy or current events or whatever the fuck. We talked about a lot of things at once. And I'm starting to get my mind back because the frogs are clearing out. That's another thing is like I know I'm about to have my creative period of the month being in my ovulation cycle and having no desire to procreate. I create whatever I want instead. So I have like this beautiful span of maybe 2 weeks if I'm very lucky to just do everything. And then it's misery again. So these days I'm better than I was a couple days ago, but it's still so bad in a different way. And that's PMDD, and that's why I like look. Everybody left. They're like, I don't want to hear about it. Right? Nobody does. But you can imagine the dysfunction of holding a job. It's so hard unless you're in total control of it. And I am doing this. That's why I do this, and I do tarot. Because even if I don't want to, or even if I don't feel like it, I can always do this. But I will tell you what, can't always do drunk people. Can't always do fucking, fake smiles or phone and being places, But I can always deliver messages. Dead people don't bother me. Dead people are the only ones who don't exhaust me. I think the living are so exhausting that when I'm being physically challenged, like the PMDD cycle, I absolutely am like a fucking raw nerve. And I'm like, don't touch me, don't look at me, don't talk to me, don't fucking, I'll beat your ass, cut you up, fucking cut you from the inside out if you do me wrong right now. And then I'm like, damn, I wish I wasn't like that. It's like a goldfish. Um, but yeah, I mean, it's like the battle with rage and then the battle with blood and then the battle with anxiety and stuff. It's just like 2 really, really hardcore weeks, and then it'll be great for 2 weeks again, and then I do it again, and again, and again, and again, and infinitely, unless I want to start injecting hormones in some capacity. I hate needles, so fuck my life. Because I know which route I would take, which is also a hot take for people. Because if I had to do HRT anyways, right? HRT therapy, how would you say that, right? HRT therapy, absolutely 100% would go lock out, tap out entirely as a woman, to be perfectly honest. And it's really the needles, I think, that holds me up a lot of the time. So I'm in constant flux, and I try to go with the flow, and I try to be candid. I try to be honest, try to be open, because then when people come at me sideways or even incorrectly at all, I'm like, you know what? I ain't doing it. I can't. Gonna tap out. Thank you so much. Don't come twice. um. So yeah, little scatterbrain, little scattermouth, a little all over the place, a little energetic, but it's just like that for a couple days because I got to transition back out of whatever the fuck that was that I was purging. Which it was short. It was nice. It was heavy and intense. But I'd rather do the purge thing, even though it's a lot of suffering, than birth controlling. Because anything with control in it, I'm out. And so is the ad timer. So be right back. All right, listen, newcomers, newbies, new people. Okay, relax. I gotta relax. Bear with me. I'm gonna finish on the topic we were on before our commercial break. And we'll chit chat, get to know each other a little bit, and then we'll crack into some love readings. I don't do personal readings, just FYI. If you stick around throughout the night, it gets pretty personal. So I would definitely stick it out. And I just wanted to add was the eyebrow in the PMDD cycle that Anubis. What does that have to do with anything? Oh, God, you're always so quick with that. Oh my God, my favorite word artist, word remixer, word DJ. I feel like word. It's very much your aesthetic, right? You're a word DJ. Okay, so I don't even remember it when I was on the commercial. I was like, I should wrap it up for them and really give them like a nice tie it all up and let it go. But now it's not really coming to me. So I guess it was just to say that I only really get half my month to do anything, right? And you would assume that like having half your month off would be like luxurious, but it's actually just pain and suffering and me doing my best trying to do things like just being able to walk or like cook a meal or whatever. And as much as it sounds nice to be around people when I'm feeling good and just be alone when I'm not, it's like I literally just bleed out and die, so I can't. And so it's like, please be nice when I'm like this, because otherwise, very hard to concentrate and to want to keep continuing this cycle month after month after month. And if you think it's as easy of a solution as to say get on this or that, it's not. I mean, some people birth control works for them. For me, I cried every single day, and I just never want to go back to that. Okay, like that's adding more hormones to this mix sounds like the wrong answer to me. I don't know. Still working on it. Still searching for solutions. But I appreciate the people who are patient with me, and I just also like to point out that that's why sometimes the energy on this channel is so radically different. Where some nights I am really chill, and some nights I'm very friendly and fun, and some nights I'm all over the place and really unhinged, kind of crazy, because like today I'm full of anxiety and I slept just as much as I ever do, and I drank the same amount of caffeine as I ever would on days that I drink caffeine because some days I don't. Um, and yet my eye was twitching and I'm all over the place, and I'm just not really sure why, other than other people, right? Thank you. I'm bisexual Cupid. I had wings earlier, and then I added this cloud mess because cloud busting. We're cloud busting, Daddy. Okay, so why did Kate Bush make that so sexual? No, I don't know if we'll ever know. Especially because it was actually about a son and his dad. But I don't want to get into it, Kate. I don't want to get into it, Kate. It was beautiful, and I'm glad you did it. Okay. I was doing hearts, and then I messed one up, and I was like, I'm not starting over. So I just did like this big cloud on there. You should see the real look is very hot. It's all over my Instagram, which you can follow me at ILMistakes or at Illy Millie. It's kind of different content, but it's very similar content. But you'll always know when I'm about to stream because you'll see it on my story. So that's everything. That's everything. Because it ain't everything. So cool. I'm done on the topic, by the way. We lost a couple people in me trying to explain myself, but I guess the thing is, and I never need to. It's just at a time when I was more unapologetic, I had a lot more to be sorry for. And now I'm a lot less sorry, and people expect me to still be apologetic. But I did the whole "My name is Earl" arc, and at this point, buddy, it's goodbye, Earl. We like really love that energy for everybody. So, anyways, what's up, y'all? How's it going? What do you think? Yeah, it was that's what I'm saying. It was like I think it's probably rotation of cycles, but there would be times where I'd be like so obnoxious and not give a fuck, and then there were times I'd be like crippled with fear and anxiety and apologetic, and it's just crazy. How much I've become so much better at who I am, but still remain who I always was. And that's why it's like, only bitter bitches will say you haven't changed. Don't give a fuck. Come back correct. Okay, 42, 42. The answer. Bing, 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 bing. Bitter bitches are the ones who are gonna say you haven't changed. Yes, the fuck I have, or I'd have never got away from your ass. You know what I'm saying? Hard pass. Okay, so I'm just playing. Am I? I don't know. Anyways, did some love readings today. It was awesome. There was so much goodness. So much goodness. Slight point to feel a little ironic in a sense that I can be as good as I am at this and feel so like wholeheartedly in love to a degree. And for no reason, I suppose. But it's also, unlearning things, unlearning beliefs, or unlearning the bare minimum. You know what I mean? Um, but it went well, and I do deliver with confidence, and I do think that no matter what love I receive, I know what love I give, and that's the thing that's always going to be important to me is radiating 405 hertz frequency energy from the human heart. We're the only ones who can produce this sound, and ain't none of y'all singing it because people refuse to love and share and love or understand that it is so beyond a feeling. It is a whole human existence, truly, and it's just what we associate with affection and lust and attraction and appreciation. And love is, to put it very simply, and if we were to sing it in Squitter Majanky Doodle, well, here's something like Skidermy, which is like interesting because if it's Squitter Majanky Doodle is like how I would best describe the language, and they're saying something like Skidermy would be the equivalent of love, then you can see how tied in it is to this existence or language or this alien light code, whatever the fuck that is. Um, And I get it. I really I get that people are just not fucking with me yet, and it's okay. I'm patient because again, I only get half of my life, anyways. I only get half the month to enjoy things, to be alive, and to go out and do things, right? And I can force myself to do things despite it, and then it goes sideways if I interact with people the wrong way and hold back and rage. Like it sucks. But it makes me pretty patient and also impatient because I only got so much time. I only get half the month where it's like if you miss the window, then you miss the window. It's like it's not just like a again reproductive thing. It's like a creation of all forms. Women need to, or people assign female at birth, or I mean, I guess anybody, but having the womb be so powerful in a sense because it is a spot of creation. But most like people with wombs who identify as women tend to be the ones who think that the womb is specific to creationalism, procreation. And that's part of the reason a lot of yes, hey, that's a really good one. That's a really good one, especially because Take Your Time is probably my favorite fun song. Take your time coming home. Hit the wheel as they roll. Let your lungs fill up with smoke. Forgive everyone. Yeah, yeah. I used to sing that. I used to sit out back behind Tina's Coney Island, R.I.P. to the Coney. Um, hmm. One of my favorite places in the entire fucking world. And also probably one of the most unhealthiest. But not because of anybody, it was all of us maybe. But the food was top fucking, oh my god. It was so good. I will miss it all the time. Devastated, right? So, um, even all the way back then, when I learned so much more about life than I could have anywhere else, like I really needed that at the time. I needed to understand tough love and Capricorns, right? So it was just a grace period in which I got to learn a lot fast and learn how to kind of like show up as a whole human, even if I didn't feel like it, even if I was faking it, without actually compromising who I was, because they never asked me to do that. And it's like these brief moments of acceptance, no matter what else is going on or who else they are, right? That's like so beautiful to me. Oh my God. And I love that for everyone. And I hope everyone is great. But yeah, I used to sing that song out back all the time. And there was a few times like I don't think anybody really ever complained, but people would just kind of like stare. But there was a couple people who would cheer me on. But of course, depending on where I'm at in my cycle, it affects the way my voice sounds. So I don't know. Some people like my estrogen voice and some people like my testosterone voice. Like if I ain't got no fucking estrogen in my, I'm like, I'm gonna go the Nico route and just sing low. And some people fuck with that. And then, if I'm all, love come down, I can do some Kate Bush. I can do Wuthering Heights if I really want to. Not pleasant for anyone else, but it's fun for me. So, anyway, I'm not trying to just talk about myself. I'm just having one of those days where you gotta understand I have absolutely like zero confidence. This is a long day kind of voice. This is like I talked to people all day long and then also cried a bunch and then maybe was up late, but like not actually because it was like pretty much my usual sleep time. I don't know. I don't know. This voice is testosterone leaning because I just got off the period and I'm still depleting, right? So my levels are like increasing so that I can ovulate next week, and my estrogen levels will be like, and I'll be all, I love the wily windy moss we roll on falling grains, instead of like, and what costume shall the poor girl wear? But like in more ways than one. Yeah. Oh my god, there was one time, there's this video of me. It was like I used to use my private Snap story a lot to just like pitch some of my uh TikToks and shit to my friends, and they'd be like, "This is hilarious. Post this on main." So there was this one video where I was like genuinely pissed off. So I was probably on my period or about to start my period. So that's when my testosterone levels are super high because I just used all my estrogen to ovulate. Is how that works, right? And this is for anyone assigned female at birth or having a womb that goes through this process. But because I have PMDD, the side effects are very obvious, and there's a chance that my hormone levels are very high, but doctors is really like doing blood work telling me I need more vitamins and antidepressants instead of actually testing my hormone levels. So weird. Especially because I was in the fucking hospital. It doesn't matter. It's aliens, and they don't know how to tell me that. They can't tell me that. So, um, anyways, that's how it works. So my testosterone week, I like have this video. It's probably gone now because I randomly always end up deleting everything I have in some way or another by accident or on purpose. Just depends on the moment. And I was just like bitching about the American government, probably. No offense, you guys. I know you're kind of doing your best, but I just think you could be doing better, is all. So I was bitching that like we were all poor or whatever. And I like yelled. There was just, oh my God. And I was just sounded like a little boy, I guess. I was like, help us. And I had that I experienced that euphoria for the first time where I was like, "Whoa." I didn't just do, like, my guy voice, like, that came out like a boy, and I was very it was gay almost a gay, it was gay. Is that what you guys were trying to tell me? Was that a gay moment? I kept the video even though, whew, I didn't post it, but I just still see I still get chills just thinking about how my voice sounded like, as a man. It was amazing because it was natural. Again, it wasn't me trying to put it on. It was like, my testosterone levels were alarming at the time, and, I was yelling about something and trying to control the pitch or control my voice so that I wasn't, like, screaming at the top of my lungs, and it just came out, like, masculine, and it was amazing. It was very euphoria, and I don't know, I never considered it. Not that I never considered it, I never considered that I was missing that or wanted to hear that, even though I've considered that, yes, maybe I'd be more functional. You know, it's fine. I'm hot at least, right? Fuck it. That's where I'm at. Cool, I forgot I don't have my weed. Yeah, because it's getting awkward. Everybody left. We started talking about trans stuff and everybody leaves. Like, cool guys. Not everybody. There's still like 5 people here. It was like 3 people left. They were like, yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, no. They really are probably just want tarot. It's probably like not even against trans people as much as they're just against me still talking and not doing tarot and being on the tarot channel. I'm just teasing. I never assume anybody's motives. I hate MRIs. MRIs are fucking pretty claustrophobically terrifying. MRIs are the full ones, right? Like a CAT scan just like revolves around you really big, but the MRI is like the full. Yeah, same. I'm kind of just gender fluid, and I kind of feel like more androgynous suits me, but I'm gender fluid. I'm nobody. I'm an alien. I like Zir a lot. Like I don't know. I don't know who else identifies that way, but I'm like, that suits me where I'm like, listen, y'all, I'm different, okay? Hey, how's it going? Um, yeah, I'm getting to the point where I feel non-human. That's like, yeah, you're different. It's true. Bisexual Cupid though was the look today. Probably, I feel like so I always felt like I was bisexual, but then like I'm like, no, I'm probably more pansexual because nice. Maybe that means I'm on a path. Good luck to me, right? I hope someday I also am not binary, like I feel like I probably am or whatever. Um, but I do just let people use any pronouns. But when I speak in third person, like making jokes on stream, I don't just like speak in third person in my real life. That's kind of only if I'm narrating myself to y'all um, and make jokes that way. I always say she because I feel like I'm perceived that way, and that's part of the joke is that I don't even perceive myself that way. And also, I guess it's like an old school Yoshimi joke because that whole era. Fuck it, I guess it's funny. Um, oh my god, we can't act like this. We can't. We simply cannot act like this. Um, yo. So, what the fuck were we even talking about? Honestly. Besides PMDD. That's what I'm saying. I don't even like to be yeah. No, but it was random. It was like PMDD related and then became about gender because it's such a true part of my identity. Um, yeah, that's always tough. I feel like I'm pretty lucky that a lot of my nieces and nephews are already pretty like questioning themselves, you know. So they really could care less. I'm just law. Like there's I'm law. There's just no auntie or uncle, just la. So it kind of already got that going. Totally feel that because I didn't really want. I don't mind being an auntie or joke. Like again, it's like joking. Like, aha, one of the I'm a crazy auntie, but they just all call me La, affectionately. Um, which I love. And I'm not tired. That was the whole thing. I know you're tired. I don't really know what song. It's like a Kanye song, right? That's cute. Yeah, I like that for you. Um, it's funny because like I guess I hadn't like considered. I feel like I was always definitely around a lot of queer people in high school and even after high school, and then like along the way or over the years, I like stopped hanging out with queer groups, and I didn't realize like where I was ever. you know? Still don't maybe, but oh my goodness, I'm happy for you. I'm not sure where you want to be in a tag helicopter, but yeah, I feel like I just stick out like a sore thumb now. It's okay. You don't have to shut up. We're just chatting. This is just all random. Oh, that's the thing. I was talking about bisexual Cupid was my look today because I had black wings too. And I was like, well, if this is all about love and romance, I gotta wear the bisexual shirt, right? So I was thinking like I think I'm more pan than bi because I am open to like anyone, and I'm really like don't get me wrong, I'm fucking shallow. Like you're gonna have to be kind of hot in some way, shape, or form. But I'm getting more into personality than looks than I used to be. All right, it's growth. Um, bisexual Cupid. You're saying you're wrong. Bisexual Cupid. So I used to always identify as bisexual, so I didn't know pansexual was an option. But at the same time, I feel like there's a very like two different vibes, even though a lot of people would argue because they're like, no, bi is still like pan, like where they're not. I'm like, there's a very specific kind of bi crowd versus like a pan crowd. I feel like it's fine. But either way, I think what it really came down to, even though this is a dope color scheme and I love this color scheme, that pansexual flag, that's a top tier color scheme. That make me insanely gay or just like no more gay than usual. I love it. So even though I'm dressed up like bi Cupid, more like bi stupid because I'm pan, I'm dumb, fall in love easily, love it so much. Um, and that ends our rant. You know what? I think it's appropriate to talk about a little bit of sexure and genuality. Anybody catch that one? Sexure and genuality. That's a good one. Yeah, sexure. How would you gender? So it would just be sexure. It doesn't really. You'd have to do that. Sexure and duality. Yeah, that's good. That's really good. Okay. It seems appropriate because this is the love night, love readings and stuff. Yeah, Valentine's exactly. So, okay. I like really love that's like I don't even think you were here when we were talking about how this whole conversation stems from dancing and being a fucking freak. But how it's illegal to dance in some places. So it like makes me very happy to hear that you're teaching heterosexual military men how to dance K-pop. It's actually like really heartwarming. Um, as much as I hate the government, I don't necessarily hate. Well, I kind of hate the military. Can't even lie. But I don't hate people in the military, if that makes sense. Hate that it exists, but like I understand that people have their reasons. I think it's like there's totally psychopaths, but I don't think it's as simple as like hate cat. I think it's way more complicated than that, to be honest. Texture. It's not really Valentine's Day today. It's just like Valentine's weekend because Valentine's is a Tuesday. Um, so everybody like I celebrated today at an in-person event, which I guess I'm doing a few of those now. Um, exactly. Yeah, 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 yeah. I yeah, it's like so fucked up that like, ROTC in high schools and like recruiters before graduation and like people sign up for it when they're 16, they come back knocking on your door when you're 18, you ain't got shit else going on or you gotta feed the family or you need an education or like you're told that you won't have to do this and that. Like yeah, like it's I've never really like disrespect like that. Like that's far from something am interested in, but like it sucks that the military has to exist at all. And like, yeah, I wouldn't put all my trust in them by any means. And I think a lot of those men and maybe women are dangerous, especially because of situations like I don't remember her name, unfortunately. I'm a dick, but yeah, I got emotional. I feel like I talked to a lot of vets. You know what I'm saying? There was one somebody's grandfather showed up on one of my streams this past couple months and he showed up like full military. Oh, somebody's brother and somebody's brother. It was two different ones. So there was like an old school green military grandpa, and then there was someone's brother who was in the military like in recently, but passed away. So I feel like I talked to too many of them. Yeah, the brother helped us write poetry one night. It was really darling. It was really darling. We wrote sonnets. It was me and Kurt Cobain and William Shakespeare and that guy. I can't remember his name, Mike or something. Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying, and that's why it amazes me that people come up to me, and especially lately, it's like the more successes that I have, the more people have been approaching me with like "Oh, you're so confident. I'm so insecure, and I can't believe how secure you are in who you are." Like a very roundabout way of saying you're a fucking freak and you're really loud about it. It's crazy to me. I get it. I know what people mean, what they say, and they just can't believe that I could have the audacity to be myself and they themselves don't have the audacity to be themselves. You know what I'm saying? Even though they're like not like this. And so they're just amazed that I could be this way. And it's like, that thought, it like baffles my mind because it's like, what option is there? You just repress this shit? This isn't something you can repress, first of all. But second, what are y'all repressing so deeply? And then instead of expressing yourself, you still just decide to copy other people. That's what's so be you. Who are you? You don't know? Then just go explore. Go do some better. Blah, 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 blah. You know, do better stuff and figure it out like the good old fashioned fucking freaks do. Okay, go to a goddamn music festival. Talk to someone in baggy fucking pants. I don't know what this bullshit. But the thing that they always forget is how fucking miserable I became this person. They, I don't even put on a happy face. I literally come on here and I'm like pretty vulnerable today, experienced a lot of anxiety, cried all day long, blah, 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 blah. But then my comebacks, my bounce backs, so strong, ridiculously strong. That's the envy too, is that not only am I myself, but I can admit my shortcomings and failures. Hell yeah. I gotta do the pre-rolls. We have like 10 seconds until the timer goes off. So Stick around. I'm gonna come back and chat, and then I'll probably do the add thing to get an hour, and we'll get into some love readings. Okay? Wow, and just a minute late there. not only was I a minute late after the ad stopped rolling, but it was 111, and as soon as I came back, it was 12. So cool. And it's funny because what I just said was so downer mode. Oddly, sadly, honestly enough, I literally just said, people are better after they know me. It's okay. I mean, everyone gets the best of me, and I don't get the best of anybody because everybody's better after they know me. And so I can walk away from anything with the solace of, like, well, I know that I changed them, and I know that I made them see differently, and I know that I made them more accepting by loving me at all in any capacity. So, you know what? I guess if I made it better than it was before, then I guess that's good enough. Good Lord. Best I can do, you know? But I think that phase of my life is ending because I came back and the time was not aligned. So hopefully that means people are going to start appreciating. So I'm going to pack this bowl up because, again, freedoms, we still have them. Let's use them, utilize them, overdo them even in a totally legal way because I'm literally just at home smoking weed legally. It's an amazing feeling. I'm gonna take full advantage, and Twitch lets me do it because it's legal. It's even, dude, that's so real of Twitch, bro, so real. So, cheers to life, you know. Gotta love and hate America. What happened to everybody? I'm sorry. Did my ads take too long? Did you expect me to jump into tarot? The whole point was we were gonna come on here after the ads. We let the ads reload, roll more ads, and then we get an uninterrupted hour of tarot. Maybe they'll just come back when I start the tarot, though. I don't know. Okay. I think the current event stuff was great. I thought gender euphoria conversation was awesome. I thought we were all vibing. Thank you. Some people don't pressure me for tarot, but we just went from like a handful to 3 people, and I'm like, should I be offended? Should I be hurt? It's hard to hurt me. That was the whole point of the conversation. Fucking A. Cause every time it rains, doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo, you're here in my head, doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo, like the sun coming out, doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo. I just know that something good is gonna happen. Don't know when. I just say they could even make it happen. So, anyways, we're gonna chit chat for a little bit longer. If y'all have anything else to add in lieu of current events, gender stuff, or whatever the fuck else has come up in the last like 25 minutes. Because like I said, we'll reload and try to get that full uninterrupted hour while I grind up some weed for the evening and for the rest of the week. Cause every time it rains, you're here in my head. What's up, y'all? Everybody who was chit chatting is gone. Somebody must have just like came on live and they were like, "Ooh, yeah, gotta go catch that." Sis, was that like an LSD thing or like a typo? I just love my mind. Okay, yeah. Don't you love that? It's so funny, isn't it? Um, yeah. I feel you. Um, it's funny how I just feel like everyone in general just kind of makes wants people to fit in whatever kind of type box they have for them preset in their minds or in their belief systems, right? Um okay, so he's like kind of trying to be, or is it like a religious thing, like as long as you're not As long as you're entering and not being entered, it's not a sin or something like to sodomize or be sodomized. Like, is that why? Because at first I was like, oh, he's like trying to, warm up, but no, he was like judging. I see. I was on Reddit, obviously. By the way, if you're coming back, what we're doing here, oh my god, it's so fucking annoying. Being worried about it is what's gay, Dad. No, I'm just kidding. We're back because I'm gonna punch roll the ads so we get like a full hour of uninterrupted tarot streaming. Every time I say something about that, people just um yeah, and that's the thing is everybody sees me as like feminine, so they assume that I'll be submissive. And it's like, bitch, where did I say that? What about my personality said that? Why did you think I'd be a freak in the streets and not a freak in the sheets? Like, what the fuck? If it's like a lady in the streets but a freak in the bed, imagine a freak in the streets is just still a freak no matter where you're at. How about that? How about fucking that? Goddamn. I'm sick of like men assuming that you're gonna be submissive or like the assumption that women should be submissive. I'm so sick of the spiritual realm being a fucking pipeline to nuclear white supremacist families. I'm so sick of it, y'all. And we don't even realize it's happening until it's too late. But these traditional views on gender roles that stem from the guise of masculinity and femininity and talking about men and women being a certain way is literally just white supremacy infiltrating the solar system, but I meant the planetary astrology, whatever the fuck, spiritual realm. Swear to God. The reason it sounds like a reach, but the reason it's not is because you honestly, that's the thing is you from generating algorithms to being in exclusively white circles, there's so much room for growth for that within the spiritual realm because it very quickly becomes conspiracy. Even health conscious moms, granola moms, and dads, I guess, but I feel like the white women tend to really be on this pipeline for white supremacy because they're the open minded ones when they're young, but they get older. They're the traditional, as you get older, the more conservative you become, but they think they're being radical by being traditional because it's anti what's cool, but it's not anti establishment. So it's like anti culture, not anti government. It's like anti, we get it. We get it. So that pipeline is fucking scary. But it's such a toxic narrative to sit here and be like, oh, when a man does what he needs to do, a woman will naturally be submissive, blah, blah, blah. Listen, anybody can have feminine and masculine energies. So stop at the door. Stop right fucking there. Stop at your punchline, dude, because that's the thing is you can just be the masculine energy and get with the masculine energy and you become incompatible. But you, instead of trying to make it work with a masculine and submitting to the stronger identity, you simply find someone who complements you, i.e., a feminine energy. Has nothing to do with gender, even, and let alone like the sexes, but really the elements or what is highlighted in your chart. I'm more feminine in my chart, technically, especially like Taurus and Scorpio being my majors, the sun and rising. But my Aquarius moon with Aquarius Lilith makes that masculinity super strong, and the Aquarius is holding on by a thread. It's a very much on the edge with Pisces, but that connection to its Lilith is what makes it entirely so strong. So, wow. Um, yeah, so I'm probably just more compatible with more feminine energies, even if I like men sometimes, even though I don't know why. I don't. I do, but I don't. I do. I don't. There's just so much. Right, right. Yeah, there's like a ton of communities that have always been queer and always been open and always been there. And it was just it was just during times where people chose to look away if they didn't like it, you know? And then in other places, people were driven out of their homes, murdered, and tortured for their beliefs. But yeah, I definitely could see that. There was always queer culture and gay people. It's just like, yeah, mainstream media didn't do the best job covering it, but that's only because of what it became, right? So, like, back in the day, media would be sitting around telling folklore to each other, and in most belief systems or religious institutions, there are identifying entities, right? like like male, female, non-binary, two-spirit, genderless, generally speaking. There's just like so many origins for everything that exists now. But because it used to always be word of mouth and based on tradition and based on culture and based on who you were, where you were, or who you were is where you go, it just feels like now um, there's something, it's almost like a trap. Like when you put a fucking flag somewhere that's not really down. I feel like I'm channeling someone. So from what I remember, yeah, okay, here in Mexico, I was gonna say, I remember you being, said you were Mexican. I feel like I'm channeling someone. Maybe I don't know if you know him or if this was just somebody who's from where you're from, but he has like a overlapping bottom tooth on the right side, um, and he was like a little bit chubby in the face and the belly, but nowhere else, and had a hair and really round features and like sausage fingers, but he had like skinny arms. That's what I'm picturing. And this tooth thing, that'd be the best way I can describe him. So I don't know if that's someone you know, but I feel like I started channeling that person where he was talking about that too, where he's like, yeah, um, nobody cared, and now all of a sudden they do, and it's because they wanted us quiet. That's not necessarily a good thing to have to be quiet, but if it works, it works, and if it keeps people out of harm's way, then why not? And if everybody's content that way, then why the fuck switch it up when it's such a big damn problem for everybody, you know? It just makes no sense to be so up in arms about it for other people. But, you know, why'd you come about us in the first place or want to talk about it so bad that you came looking? You came looking for it. So why the fuck, you know, why are you so mad? We were fine. So that's really interesting. All right, I'm gonna roll. I got like 15 minutes. If I roll one now, I'll probably get 45, and then do one more, and then we'll have like an uninterrupted hour of love readings, tarot, we'll go a little deeper, whatever. Um, hey, Cassie, Dinky, oh, what's up, baby? How's it going? I was literally thinking about you today. I was like, damn, Dink hasn't been around in a fucking while. Do they just watch other streams? Do they not like me anymore? Literally today, like before the stream. It's embarrassing. So I was like, damn, like, where they been? Oh, sorry. Does this count as a weekday? Because it's Sunday. I Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday, Monday typically is my stream schedule. Yeah, I admit it sucks. Yeah, okay, sorry. I started a little early the other nights, but not really. It would serve me well if I could start a couple hours earlier, but I do live with other people, so it ends up being more quiet at this time and therefore less distracting for me. Even though my mic's really good and y'all probably wouldn't fucking thanks. And fall asleep if you need to, anytime. Love to lull people to sleep. And dream of she. Big Bush coming at you. Okay, yeah, so I was about to roll ads, which you don't have to watch because you're a subscriber. And I'm so close to getting my next payout, y'all. So if you subscribe, you just be helping me get paid, and then I'll do this with more time. Like, oh my god, it would be amazing. So thank you for the sub. Emotes is like on my list of endless things to do in a, I like I already explained, I got like a 2 week period where I have to do everything in my life, and my priorities are not always straight because I'm like gay. So, ad break. Okay, but like, no, I don't know that person. Maybe I'll look him up. Listen, do I even want all aboard the poo train to be following me, y'all? I'm asking because everyone else is watching ads except for like the two subscribers of mine that are watching right now. But if for some reason y'all aren't with the ads, all aboard the poo train, it just doesn't sound like that's something that I want. How can you even hear me right now? Why is that your name? State your case, brethren. What the fuck? What is your sun sign and your pronouns? Bitch. Fuck. Bitch and fuck. Perfect. Okay. Anyways. Juan Gabriel. Oh my god, maybe it was him. Oh my god, it was. Holy shit, that is exactly the man that I saw. Oh my fucking god, to the T. Holy shit, it was Juan Gabriel. Oh my, oh my god. That's him. I pictured him in like a wife beater for some reason, but like only probably to accentuate his look or because he wanted to present himself that way after a lifetime of being a performer or whatever. He just wanted to strip it back and show his true self. Oh my god, dude, I I'm in love. Fuck my life. Fuck my life. Fuck my life. You know why I don't believe in astrology? Listen, I do obviously, or we wouldn't really have gotten this far. Um, okay, that's crazy. That was definitely him. I'm so fucking amazed by that. Um, But okay, so I was talking shit about the poo train. This is why I fucking hate astrology because some people are like, "Oh, you're a Scorpio. I hate Scorpios." Okay, cool. First of all, why? They're the best water sign. Second, I hate Geminis. Yeah, right. They're like the biggest fucking sweetest demons you will ever meet in your life. Okay, love Geminis. Um, I'm a big fan of all the unusual things. But what I hate about astrology, okay, is that you come on here and you say, "Oh, I'm a Taurus sun, a Cancer moon, and a Gemini rising," but you also say your name is all aboard the poo train. And that's what I hate about astrology. There's no fucking way I would like you. Theoretically, though, astrologically, though, I hate you now. I have to hate you indefinitely. Stupid, stupid astrology. No, I'm a Taurus. If you couldn't tell, it's funny. Okay, so and it was me proving myself wrong, right? Being stood corrected. I hope you didn't leave out of fear or like if I was bullying you much. I thought I was being facetious. It's a cloud on my face, not a poo. So I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. It's a cloud with a happy face. Oh, you missed all that? Damn, good. I didn't need you to hear it. Okay. I don't know where you went. Oh, the ad. Forgot about that. I didn't realize it was going to be like a full 3 minutes. I smoke weed, by the way. I live somewhere where it's legal. And so Twitch is like, hey, if it's legal there, it's legal here. And I'm like, cheers. That's sweet. Oh my God, that's terrible. It's because I run 3 minute blocks of ads, probably. I was talking about you the whole time you were gone. And I was like, fuck, I hope you didn't leave. And I was being a bully or whatever. But you were just stuck in the ad zone, and I didn't realize it. So good. So we're basically gonna chit chat right now, and I'm gonna roll more ads in a couple minutes, but then we'll have an entire hour of uninterrupted stream time to do actual tarot. So for the past hour and a half, I've just been sitting here bullshitting with people. It's been a lot of fun. You'll see this pink screen always means that I'm just chatting. So now is the time to ask me questions because we are going to be starting tarot in a matter of minutes. Once I start tarot, you'll notice the box becomes a little turquoise box over here and the chat moves to this side. That's when you'll know the cards are out on the table, right? I also do not do personal readings on this channel. If you want a personal reading, go to my website, www.illymilly.com, and book one. It's not a fuck you pay me moment, but it's a what the fuck pay me moment. Tune in for the general vibery that goes around here, all right? It's a good time if you stick around long enough, late enough, and there ain't really that many people on. You'd be surprised how personal it does get for someone who says they don't do personal readings. I just try to get people to avoid asking because it can be embarrassing for both of us because I don't always react the best, and I'm working on it. And I'm working on it by addressing it over and over again. Especially because if you were to follow me and read my rules, it would tell you right in the rules that I do not do personal readings, and people still have the audacity to make that the first thing they fucking say to me. Well, why would I want to talk to you now that you ain't even read the rules? You couldn't even fucking read the sign on the door. Here you are opening it. Okay, doubt it. So stick it out. I think. See, some people were like, "I'm out. I don't like her attitude." Good. Good, don't care. It's a filter. Filter through. Doesn't matter. Anyways, we're gonna roll this last batch of ads. My eye stop twitching. I almost want to say your name to make it go away. But it would be embarrassing for both of us, so I'm not gonna give you that satisfaction, dummy. I love that. I actually love that. It's like not really applicable this day and age, it seems, because I feel like queer aesthetic has become almost too mainstream to actually know if someone is actually queer or not. And I get that people are experimenting or whatever. But that mindset is always how I've felt or seen or been. I love that. I'm gonna have to listen to him. That was a really beautiful. I can't believe that what I described, did I not describe him to a T? You knew who I was thinking of. Like the fact that I gotta check his mouth. I gotta check his mouth. Okay, like I said, we're rolling this ad. We should have about an hour of uninterrupted tarot time. Stick it out 3 minutes, and we'll be back on and out of chat mode. So hold on to them panties unless you want to drop them for me, baby girl. Okay, we're back, baby. I got some incense. This is attraction, actually. On the break, this is funny. This is probably a personal message for somebody. Can't relate, but summer loving happens so fast. Summer loving had me a blast. I'm sorry. There won't be any more ads for a whole hour, so you'll be able to fall asleep without any interruptions to the ads. But I do have to play them every, that's why I do it, so that I just chunk them all together and chit chat through instead of disrupting the tarot every 20 minutes like I was doing for a while. And it seems to work better. No, but it's awesome, right? Because now we have a full fucking uninterrupted hour. And I have an unopened Coke. The thing about mini colas is like, how many do I get to drink now? There's only little ones. My eyes already twitching. That's not caffeine though. It's somebody who's just so desperately seeking attention from me. Okay. So if you're new here, first of all, fucking follow me already. You're in it this long. You know you're not going anywhere. I got my love readings packed up. I took them on the go today. Back to the in-person game, apparently. Perhaps more to come. We shall see. Feels like the strap is stuck on something. I guess y'all get to see the full fit. This is like the warm version of the fit. But I just had to get my valve free bag free. I got the strap stuck under the wheel of my chair. Sorry. So I took him to go for our Bloody Valentine event. And I had these did not get used at all because it's from flame readings. I wouldn't expect anybody to, right? These I use the most, the karmics. And demons. I very rarely take them out, so it was really nice that people were like super about this deck today. But also, karmic relationships tend to be the ones we need the most insight on. And then, of course, we got the classic pink deck for my soulmate readings, right? So those are my decks. I also have some pictures. Whoa, those probably it didn't have super revealing information on there. It did, fucking a. But these photos were picked up at 11:11 today, or printed at 11:11 today. I don't know. That's super fucking cute. Um, but yeah, if y'all want any pictures, let me know. I have some left over from Valentine's Day, and Valentine's is still coming up, so I could be your Valentine. Anyway, that's not these. Listen, we're here for the tarot. Everybody just left. I'm like, what the fuck? Were you even listening the whole time? That's very sad. Sorry, I didn't mean to get so distracted. Hope no one was able to. Any of it. Put that there. I forgot they were in there. I was taking it back. I guess people don't like when you talk about yourself or plug yourself that expect you to drain all your fucking energy on them. So very impatient. But that's alright. I got my fucking day ones. I got my regulars. Do we establish whether or not we liked that? Because of like from the bar. Like I'm a dive bar bitch. So what do you call it? Besides regulars. I am so okay. But in this moment, I am so extraordinarily high to the point where I am talking like she keeps slipping for the blindfold. She keeps wishing for her secret society to fold. Yeah, like that feeling. She keeps watching for the jaguar with the silver trembling hand daggers. Fight, fight. Yeah, fuck yeah. Tomorrow, she forgets about the fear when she's high. Is that what that was? It was like this weird feeling, like it came in hot, where I was like, how do I explain how high I just got from ripping the same bong I ripped all night that didn't get me this high in fucking 4 or 5 days? I was complaining to someone about fucking edibles not working. I mean, bitch, I'm trying to get Ocean Man in this head. How is this not working? This works every time. And I was, what the fuck? I'm telling y'all, those testosterone levels are not playing, except for with my life. So I like become more tolerant to everything and also intolerant to everything. It's just a fucking hell of a time. So I'm either transitioning back into femininity and getting my ovulation cycle going, or there is something else going on. I don't like that whole feeling though. Do you? I got mouths to feed. Yeah, okay, cute. Well, don't be the emperor if you're gonna complain about it, boo. Fuck. Fake shock, fake surprise. Ooh, 9 of Cups. All mine. All mine, 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 mine. Look at that. 9 of Cups. All mine, all mine. That's fine. 7 of Cups. I got options. Right. Take them. Nobody's stopping you. This is the soulmate deck. Listen, here's the thing. If you are new, the soulmate deck is like soulmates are the most common connection. They're going to be the most across the board. They're going to be very versatile because you can definitely have long-term romantic relationships with soulmate, and I think in fact most people do. But you can also be best friends with your soulmates. You can be, some people feel their pets are their soulmates, and I agree with them. Sometimes soulmates come for shorter periods and their whole life is meant to be for you, and that's literally like a dog or whatever. So, um, soulmates can be like, I feel like cousins are big soulmate energy, like the ones you get along with, you know? Whereas a lot of family connections are karmic. Like, most parent and child connections end up being karmic because you're passing things down. Whereas people like cousins or siblings, even, though there can be a lot of strain because you might be receiving the karma from the generational cycle differently than your siblings, so it's harder to get along. But people like cousins who are on the same level or in the same generation as you and same game, same playing field, that you are more soulmates because soulmates are the ones who are with you their whole life and go side by side and hold your hand through everything, right? The most agreeable and symbiotic, or God, the opposite of tumultuous, you know, like the most smooth sailing kind of um, um, smooth sailing relationships. Hey, Jezza. That's like the soulmate connections. So that's what this deck is. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a romantic relationship, but if you are in a romantic relationship, then you can still listen to the other decks and understand that some of your other relationships will come up, or this might not be the romantic one, and it might be more of a karmic or even a twin flame situation. So stick around. We're gonna get into all of them tonight. That's like the whole point. And tomorrow, I think we're gonna talk to the saints, right? I think after Valentine's Day, maybe we'll get into more Black History Month because I was definitely trying to channel someone the other night and we just never really nailed down who it was, and no one came up all week because even on my days off, I am practicing or talking or just kind of communicating with life so that I'm able to do this, right? And so that I kind of know. Sort of, yeah. I think for now that's my schedule because it works. And that's so fun and exciting. Yeah, so especially this coming week is gonna be a good week where this is I'm about to be ovulating on stream, baby. We're about to be manifesting. It's like a big game balling. We were purging, so I had to air some grievances because I'm letting them go, right? And we're about to be entering the new year. Okay, sweet. It's gonna be a great week. It's gonna be a great week. I'm glad to hear it. I am very happy, but when I get I no longer bitch about work because I just do whatever the fuck I want. Sometimes I'm just unable to work and I bitch about that though. I really leave the bitching to when I'm raging mad and being like, and another thing that really pisses me off because I'm fucking Tyler Durden and I don't have a fight club. Okay, yes, sir. What else makes you angry? And it's like fucking, yeah, working on that, and then I know, and then like the other half of me is like, I love what I do, and everything is amazing, and life is good, and I'm moving into that phase right now. Despite the last couple days being full of anxiety, security, and, like crippling fear, rejection, and all that. Cause I'm too pretty to be in a fight club. Come on, man. Look at my whole like. There's no fucking way I could ever risk losing my face. I'm so lucky, but also that's probably why I went fucking backwards. You know, I would hate that. Would hate that. That'd be so tight. It's kind of like the best origin stories, right? Well, listen, your work stuff will come up in the karmic deck, which is next. This is soulmates. So again, I already described soulmate relationships, easygoing, long lasting, definitely true to you, true to your life. Um, very common and very much going to be most of the people that you know. So fight where it fits. Bottom of the deck, Queen of Wands. So could be dealing with a fire sign, uh, woman, or like femme presenting fire, right? Because Queen is femme. And again, we don't really do gender. I think like we dedicated a good portion of the early part of the stream to discussing gender and how we all feel kind of like meh about it or are meh about it. But generally speaking, this is a queer place to be. So um, if you're afraid of me, just leave. Um, the star, Aquarius, go hard. Okay, so might be dealing with an Aquarius or a fire sign, possibly femme, femme person. When we talk gender, when we talk masculine, feminine, we're talking kings and queens, right? Knights and pages, whatever. And the reason we do that is to differentiate between the elements and the way that the elements work together. So fire and air are masculine, water and earth are feminine. Earth and air pair together and are the like slightly. I think if you were to believe in something like two spirit or identify as non-binary, I feel like those two are like the soft versions of the respective elements. But then the other two would be same thing, but the extreme hyper fem hyper mask version of the elements with fire and water. So um that's what we're referring to. So if we're talking about the masculine and the feminine, if I say he or she, and you're like, two men, or mm, sounds backwards, or think signs, placements. Who's the air sign? Who's the earth sign? Who's the water sign? Who's the fire sign? And if you're both something, check moon before you check Venus. I think your moon kind of dominates sometimes the energy because I have to recognize that sometimes I think I am masculine. Oh, you like that TikTok? You're showing somebody that right now. Those are genuine bloopers. Mm. Haters will say it's psychosis. There you go. So that's total. You are femme, like you're. We've talked about this. You are a she and a water sign, and he is also fire. So you would know hardcore that he'd present as masculine, you would present as feminine. Thank you for that prime example. That's like literally perfect. Is like, yep, that's exactly what I mean. But you have double confirmation by aligning your elements with your gender. You think you're so radical. Think you are the star. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too when I heard that card. Say what? Honestly, sounds kind of hot. Not even gonna lie. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to like shit on your fears. That was really insensitive of me. And as a Cancer moon, you're probably pretty sensitive, but as a Taurus sun male, you're probably already seeking revenge and falling in love with me at the same time. Psycho. Just kidding. Gemini rising. Lots of fun, right? That's what I was talking about when you were like, I'm back from the ads. I was going in about how hate your name, love your pick three. Because I'm a Taurus sun. So I didn't mean to bully you. Um, and I didn't mean to mock you when I said that sounded. Yeah, okay. I'm a dick. So, like, I have a lot of nightmares. We talk about dreams and get pretty deep into not only their meanings, but kind of like what the fuck is going on when you dream and how that's really up for debate because some people will convince you that you're just sleeping, but even if you are just sleeping, you're releasing dimethyltryptamine. But we kind of discuss mm, the idea that maybe you can just go to another plane or the astral plane when you're effectively dead. Kind of, right? You're like basically like avataring because you're in this sustained state of breathing. It was 4242 on the pre-roll timer, and 42 is if I can answer in it, homies. Okay, we're getting really deep into some stuff, and we're gonna just focus on the tarot right now and not unpack your suitcase. Good luck with your food chain. All right, so Queen of Wands at the bottom of the deck. We might be. It's okay. It's okay. Um, you're cool. You're cool. So far, it's just I get it because that's sort of, hey, it happens. People tell me stuff all the time. And then I'm like, why did you tell me that? And they're like, actually, I have no idea. Let me never speak to you again. Yikes. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll just be talking. I don't care who the fuck I'm talking to, obviously. Sorry to anybody who's gonna actually hear me besides the people who are intentionally listening. I don't mean to be getting loud, but I do find it hilarious, as if cutting me off is somehow effective for anyone except for me, because I do have an outlet of communication and, you know, open to receive. However, could care less about who's talking to me, right? Unless they're going to talk to me. I've been hearing so much activity lately that I feel like the whole problem with trying to channel this week was that the living people are taking up too much of my energy. My eyebrow is twitching. I'm fucking knowing what people are doing while they're fucking watching this and knowing what the conversations that it's literally like I never even considered myself psychic until I started streaming on Twitch, and it's like I don't know if I'm working with technology by having reflections, and that's kind of what I was saying about the mirrors and how there's always been an all-seeing something, and the fact that we can tune into it now because we have screens, and we limit our perception of it by looking at images on it without using it for scrying. Why am I even admitting this? Admitting this? Is this even okay? I like mirrors better. In fact, I don't need anything. I could literally be trying to take my time isolating and taking a break from all of it and being in with no technology whatsoever. And if you can scry, you can scry. some people just have phones, right? So like it's sometimes it is literally just like that. It's not like I'm looking back, but my second sight is that strong. Yes. Literally, if you're wondering, seriously, yes. It is that strong. I don't know how or why. I think it's because effectively I died. Or at least I really thought I did. And I don't mean in an ego death way. I mean like I'm still tallying up the damage. I'm like, how? How? Creepy. So yes, second sight became very strong after that. Um, fuck yeah. Cool, cool, cool. The Emperor got mouths to feed, but the Queen of Wands is still sitting pretty, right? And justice will come. Lots of air energy. The Fool, ready for a journey. The Lovers, that's all three air signs. King of Swords, right? Oh, you mad, bro? Oh, that's this is embarrassing to just be looking at this. Better come quick. Judgment. Walking away. Negotiating. One little offer can lead you to everything, but there's some kind of judgment surrounding me. The Hierophant. Forest card. And I'm not even gonna find any of this. Um, Four Pentacles. It's mine. Yeah. Okay. And Ten of Wands. Begrudgingly carrying all of that. And yet, Cups. Cool. Look at that. They come back. Queen and Knight of Cups, and it seems like each time maybe the Queen gives up a little bit more and more because she's not really looking at the Knight anymore. That's how one gets left out in the cold. I want to do this part too. Seven of Wands, so really trying to work through some stuff emotionally. Proud of you, that's good. Two of Cups, love. Yes, I'm reading this backwards as I picked it up, right? I picked them all up and stacked them this way, and then did all those cards, and now I'm reading these in reverse order. Okay. Two of Cups, love. King of Wands. What you looking at? Oh, the King of Swords. That's what you're concerned with right now. Yeah, Gemini power. Lovers, the lovers. The Fool, right? Going on a journey or just being literally foolish. I don't know. Probably the journey thing. And Justice, which is the Libra card. Okay. Um, and justice being served. Justice needs to be served. Justice needs to be served. This is far beyond whatever the fuck you might think it is, because here we are, square one, Queen of Wands, and the Star. Cue the wand. Da, 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 da. Okay, and we all just. Give me pentacles. Do this exchange. Five of Wands. And just because the Devil, which is the Capricorn card, and probably a drunkard or some kind of vice issue here. So if that shoe fits, you better put that bitch on and walk around in it, okay? Don't step in no shit. I would be gutted too. Look at that. Ooh, RIP, lay down. Okay. Everybody's okay. Now we're actually gonna quiet down and go back to the reading, okay? We got the Hanged Man on its side. Pisces energy sometimes, but not necessarily the Pisces card. The Hanged Man represents martyrism. So when a card is on its side, it can go in the reverse and be the opposite, or go in the upright and be what it is. I did that the opposite for the Hanged Man because I was like, yeah, wait, that's right side up, but it's the Hanged Man, so it's upside down. Um, we're not doing any more of that. Okay. The Hanged Man being on its side is finally stop making the sacrifice, stop self-sacrificing. The problem with the Hanged Man is like, while noble efforts, being too dedicated to a situation, you start to lose yourself. So when you want to sit here and help other people, you become less and less effective at it by not helping yourself or taking care of yourself. So the Hanged Man being on its side is like finally stepping away from martyrism, no longer dying for the cause, but instead fighting for your life. The Chariot, Cancer energy, Cancer moon, anybody? Yeah, shit got kind of interesting for a second, right? Sorry about that. Felt very disruptive. This is what I was saying about living people being annoying. I got work to do. This is a game to you, but it is my life. Shut the fuck up. Not you, Dick, ever. In fact, they even said that Pisces-ish energy, but also like good evolving Pisces. Yeah, I know you do because you're like, is this tea right now? And I'm like, hell yeah, it is. Okay, so no, the Chariot, Cancer. But also smooth sailing, and then a bunch of face down cards. I just got really cold. You know. Why am I so cold? Why am I so cold? Very much came out of nowhere. I literally have to go get more layers. I don't know what this chill is. Oh, leave me alone. I have to be right back. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That's why I'm like, I'm so fucking freezing cold right now, and it just hit me. I don't know. I was fine this whole time, and now all of a sudden I'm shivering. Oh, because I'm the one who got left out in the cold. Interesting. Thank you, Spirit. BRB. Come as you are, as you were, as I want me to be, as a friend, as a friend, as I want you to be. Yeah, okay, just became a Nirvana fan like this year, alright? Maybe last year at the most. Much to be explored. We're looking forward to Pisces season, me and Kurt. I think ultimately between him and Nico, that must be why I made my hair. Okay, so um, he does have some choice words, to be quite honest with you. I think we're gonna refrain for now because we already have cards on the table and it seems rude to do that right now. But needless to say, yeah, of course he sides with the poet, which is me. Are you kidding me? Fuck no, he didn't. What the fuck? How would you even think that? Why would you even think like that? Um, different. Some nights I don't smoke very much at all because if I'm already in a good mood, I'm not sedating myself while I'm doing this. But like as I was very candid about today, a crying breaks and was running really slow. So, shit happens, fuck bitches was my motto for probably way too long. But honestly, what the fuck else am I gonna say right now? Let's get to the cards. We've got everything face down. So if this is a soulmate situation, then it might be something new. It might be something that we're dealing with. It might be something that's about about to unfold or present itself to you. This is not necessarily like a Valentine surprise, but just because this is a season and it does put things into perspective for some people, more traditional people or people who like I don't know, maybe are just holding on, or people who are starting something, or people who are interested in something. It's not that it would happen Valentine's Day, but it's this love is in the air kind of feeling, right? And so that's why I feel like something is unclear. Um, because Cupid, my dear, Queen of Swords, coming in reckless. Coming in reckless. Okay, Queen of Swords. Yes. Air energy, but also very effective, very efficient. She's holding down the kingdom and making decisions. Hardworking, cutthroat, but also efficient. Okay. Sometimes you need that. Then we got this little stack here. Oh my God. Wait, you're a Virgo, right? Yeah. But you were complaining that you got the Ace of Sword for everything and Three of Swords every time you pulled one. That's literally what happened, yeah. Queen of Swords came on. What was your big three? And also good evening, good morning, good night to the Lou. What the fuck was the to Lou part? How you do? I've missed you all very much. My days off are like not stressful, but I developed a fucking eye twitch today in a place that my eyes never twitched. And so I'm like, who the fuck is trying to fucking see me right now? Because I am not having it. No more. Pay the rent or move on, you know? So yeah, came in at a good time. It's been a really interesting night. This is pretty much the beginning of the reading portion of the evening. So we've got Three of Wands, looking back, looking dumb. Looking back and looking dumb. And that might be the feminine, but also feminine and presenting masculine. Once again, the Queen of Swords is looking very effective, so it could be air sign woman or something, but just do whatever the fuck you want with the energy. I don't care. Let's keep the reading moving, shall we? Three of Wands, looking back and looking dumb. And of course, also, if you look at it this way, the Queen of Wands is like getting her shit done and like looking forward and looking at what's in front of her. But then this clown is just watching her. That's why it's on top. because just watching. You're like really not paying attention, and you're just like working so hard. The Chariot, Cancer placements, ringing a bell? Yeah. Hanged Man again, Pisces. We didn't shuffle these, so we don't have to go down that road again, do we? Emperor, and then mouths to feed, and walking away, even though it's everything that I want, type energy. Yeah, we're gonna just um. Nine of Wands, very pensive, very like, ooh, I'm guarding myself, I'm guarding my feelings, I'm guarding this. Why do people keep saying that? Also, but that was the goal, wasn't it? Like that was the whole intention, was that we were discussing dreams and talking about astral planes and stuff. I'm probably teaching a class at this point. Oh my god, am I a professor? Did I become a professor? In a weird dreamlike world. That's beautiful. Um, because I had a really good professor until I became, a problem, I suppose. And then shit went south, I would say, and it sucks because now I think everyone's in some kind of regret or denial. And it sucks all the way around, no matter what, and no matter for who. And everybody thinks it sucks the most for them, but everybody forgets that at the end of the day, who'd you screw? Who'd you really screw? So yeah, everybody's really guarded, emotionally up, bound up. Pensive is really coming to mind, but emotionally guarded and trying to maybe come out, but this is giving very deer in headlights, and it breaks your heart, huh? Three of Swords. That is so cool. So cool. I love that. Oh, I fucking love that. I wonder what time it was because I was up doing love spells all night and I was using blue and purple thread and the pinks and reds because it was Valentine's, so no green, but there is actually I did tie with one green ribbon, right? So you're not far off from what I was using probably around the time you were sleeping, because if you're not up listening to me all night, you're probably asleep when I'm still awake talking to myself instead of y'all. That's why I do this. Remember when someone was like, you talk to yourself? And then I went into every single way in which I talk to myself. God. All the time. Who the fuck else? No one else wants to talk to me most of the time. Like, that's like my reality. It's really nice to talk to y'all, but y'all don't even talk back to me. You type. So, like, yes, I talk to myself. I would not be able to stay sane if I didn't. If I could not have a conversation with me, no one could have a conversation with me because it would be so overwhelming every time you speak to me if I didn't talk some shit out with myself or just keep it to myself and laugh with myself and, like, share memes with myself. I have two Instagrams. I'm not above it. All right. So anyway, heartbroken, stabby baby boo boo. It's a three of swords. Get over yourselves. It's a little heartbreak. Who cares? The Hermit. Okay, Virgo. Looking within, or maybe if Virgo cares. I don't know. Looking within, relying on the self, having your own answers. Oh yeah, another Virgo card. Right? Being independent. But yes, all the swords. And you know how to handle a little heartbreak here and there, I think. Heartbreaker, but temperance in reverse. It's time to kind of go ham. It's time to go in. It's time to maybe party a little bit. That sounds kind of crazy. Maybe dating. This is a soulmate reading. Temperance in reverse. When the fuck? When the fuck do you see temperance in reverse and why? For a bunch of mutable signs. That is beyond me. Temperance is Sagittarius, but it's also sobriety and taking breaks and pausing. So we got this bitch in reverse, and the universe said, "Go, green light, go, green light, go, green light, go." Okay. Um, Temperance in reverse. That's asinine. That's a big go for it, shoot your shot sign. Coming in hot, Six of Wands. Boom, there he is on his horse. La 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 la. Yeah, this is a great time. This is a great time. Knight of Wands, doubly coming in hot, with passion, with good offers, with emotions, with meaning behind it. Knight of Swords. Hey, there might be a little bit of backlash. There might be some swords here. Cool. Guess what? That Knight of Swords just wants the motherfucking swords. Just wants the conflict. Just wants the drama. Really doesn't give a fuck about what you're doing. Just wants the swords. You know that. I know that. Everybody knows that. Come on now. Why let it stop you from living your goddamn life when you're gonna sit here and pine forever? Holding this disc like I made you this. Yeah, no shit. Like 10 years ago, bitch. What the fuck? Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Couldn't be anymore anyway. Only 5 people watching at this point. But Two of Wands. Holding that thing up. Holding the whole world in your palm. And reflecting on shit and being like, you know what? I think I could probably try again. Do over, do awesome. Because it's that coming into union with yourself, especially emotionally. That's hilarious that you would ignore it because this is, I guess, it's about to be Pisces season. I'm sorry, but mutable energy is straight up 2 2 2 2 2 2 2. Mutable energy is straight up. It's chaotic. I still think Tauruses are the most chaotic signs because historically accurately, even looking at people like Kanye's placements is look at his chart. It's horrendously Taurus. He's like a Gemini sun, so everyone's like, yeah, Geminis are so crazy. And it's like, that man a Taurus. I'm so sorry, everybody, but holy fuck, man. Um, Taurus placements are the top tier most chaos, but Earth signs aren't that chaotic. So I feel like mutables though really know how to do chaos really well. An unhinged cardinal can be a scary amount of chaos, but mutables throw down, they party, they go hardy. And I feel like Pisces season coming up, Aquarius season, fixed sign energy, getting things together, getting shit in order. Look at this, the world right here. It's all coming together and it's all right now. It's all coming together and it's all right now. It's all coming together and it's all right now. What else you got? Okay, strength. Leo season. That's when it was decided. Everybody made the same motherfucking wishes because otherwise wouldn't have so many dishes. I don't really know. Wheel of Fortune is about to change. Bitches. Okay. 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 I don't even know what this is about sometimes. Y'all maybe do if you resonate with it, but I don't always know. I have 4 cards face down on the table, so I think to make it really thank you. It's my ink deck, which is reserved for love readings because it was gifted by my lover who is a Gemini, and which is the lovers. So I thought it was very appropriate, and it represents soulmate relationships and very cute. It's like a classic Rider Waite, but it is pink metallic. Like, yeah, gorgeous. I think it's just called Neo Rider Waite or something like that. And the box has is magnetic. The box is half the reason I love it. First of all, it's like incredibly smooth, that like weirdly smooth texture. And listen, ASMR. Yeah, so it's nice. Highly do recommend, but they're slippy slimy because love is chaos, I guess, right? So Pisces season is supposed to be party time, about to be fun, about to be all fuck it to the wind, carry on, wayward sons. Yeah, yeah. So 9 of Cups, still guarded, still just like these are my cups, fuck off. But 4 of Wands, union, coming together at last. Come together right now. Over me. Who had that dream about John Lennon? It wasn't me. 3 of Cups. Cheers. Let's go. Party time. 10 of Cups. It's better when you have people to share it with who get the vision and understand you and can accept you for who you are and what it is, okay? 3 of Pentacles, we're working on it. We're getting there. We're adjusting. We're becoming. We're working on it. The Empress, right? Becoming. 8 of Swords. Somebody's trapped, but it is an illusion. Nobody's really stuck anywhere, I guess. Five of Wands. Emotionally, don't really know. Kind of a flatline thing. And back to the goddamn devil. What the fuck? Are you serious right now? Oh, dead ass. Ace of Pentacles. How do you clean up when you spill an empty cup? I just thought if you show up, that means you might make it cut. But then the chariot, I don't know. It's a bit much. Everybody hears it. Everybody hears it. That's just so crazy. That's why I advise people to, like, if you're going to listen, that's one thing. Catch the replay if you want the unfiltered, unbiased version. But if you watch the live, it's going to be a little more direct, a little more intense, but also very vague because nobody is a one and only, right? This take is going to be for anybody who relates to it because at the end of the day, I don't know who it is, but there is this, like, the devil keeps popping up clearly during this portion of the reading. And you popped in right as the swords came out. Another night, you were all about the swords. We did see the hermit, which is why it's never one off, it's always spot on. Passing a bottle around. Page of Swords. More interruptions. I don't even know where we are because look, the tower, and you're like, oh, I got like this one thing, but yeah, how do you literally clean up when you spill an empty cup? King of Cups, King of Pentacles, Justice, Libra, the Fool, Lovers, Gemini, King of Swords. Okay, and then who's up crying? I don't know. The Moon, probably a Pisces. High Priestess, you know it. You know it. Thank you, still there. Ten of Swords. All these swords in my back for what? Growth. Growth. Because at the end of the day, I'm still make sure everybody else got something in their cup before I drink. And I know I can say that because I guess I did have a chance and I said no thanks, not if it wasn't going to be like, right? Could have been everything I wanted, but walk away because why? Have people to take care of, I guess. Now you're tied up and looking back, tied up and looking back at the Queen of Swords, which is where we started at. Anyways, we have some cards on the table, and they're four face down. So everybody pick a pile right now and decide what it is. You can pick all four, just attribute it to four different situations. Just to review, if you're just tuning in or weren't paying attention the first time, soulmate connections can be really. Oh, hey, Jimmy! I just realized you popped in there. Yo, that's what I'm saying. That popped up literally like 3 or 4 times in a row just now. Okay, like I love that. So everybody pick a pile. Oh, this is face up in the Four of Swords. Yeah, still you, crucified. You're not off the hook just because somebody else relates to the message. That's the only reason Spirit bothers with it, because if people couldn't interpret it for themselves, then no one would bother to hold that space for you. Not you, lady. It's all for you. I do this because you show up. It happens because you show up. You choose blue. It's not colors. I love that blue. What is it? Wait, elephant man, not blue elephant, but it's blue. I'm wearing a blue suit. I just think of Matt Berry for some reason when you just said blue. No, I have 4 piles. If you want to grab pen and paper and shit, that's literally, y'all, it's on now. The first like hour and a half, I wasn't even doing tarot. I was just like bullshitting. So y'all really came at a good time. I'm on my first out of 3 decks tonight. Fuck yeah. The New Order song that just popped in my head. Literally, I couldn't think of what it was. And you said that, and I was like, that's it. That's it. It's a vibe, y'all. Hey, welcome to the night. Welcome to the night. Thank you. Push these motherfuckers away from me, please. Energetically, somebody sees this reading, and all of you came through. I love you all so much. This is such an awesome community, and I don't think you all realize like how much I struggle with socializing with people because I am this weird and this in tune, and and then people feel threatened by it instead of inspired or flattered or whatever the fuck. And it sucks. Hard to make friends. So I really appreciate being here. Let's get into this reading. Pick your piles. 1, 2, 3, 4. If you want to assign colors to them, we can, but they're all face down and they're all pink. So get a pen, get a paper, get a memory. Great. Cool. Do something. Pick your piles. You can pick one or you can assign each one to a different person. So once more, soulmate connections can be romantic relationships, but they're going to be really long-term, stable relationships, and they're going to be very much there through your crises and to help you through things and hold your hands through the process and all that. Ooh, we're gonna add a fifth one too, just in case somebody walked in and was wondering about something. The Magician. The Magician is sometimes associated with Gemini energy, so if you're a Gemini, then yes, we just added a card for you. But Magician is also manifesting because we are getting into the new moon energy just as much as I'm getting into my ovulation energy. So this week we're going to be very creative. We're going to be going fucking hell the next couple weeks. And I can't wait. I got some stupid shit going on, some stupid shit planned, and then other stuff that I'm super stoked about. So now we got five. Assign them how you will. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's just one card, and I'm going to reveal them and just see what comes up because tonight has been packed full of gut punching fucking bangers and fliners of tea being served. Who knows who what? Awesome goddamn Cocoa Puffs, but I don't eat. I like Reese's Puffs. I don't know who's craving Cocoa Puffs. It's not me. I like Reese's Puffs 100%. Okay. Um, the Magician being at the top of the deck, great side or bottom of the deck, but I flip it up. So I I'm thinking that. No, I love this right now. So if everybody's ready, you know what I'm saying? We got our five decided. Soulmates don't have to be romantic. They can be lifelong friends. They can be family members that you connect with on a soul level. It can be people that age you over the course of time that you never have any bad blood with, stuff like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Soulmates. Number one, Six of Swords. Going through it. Crisis mode. Not much to say there. I think they're slowly making their way back. But to what they wonder because they're like, should I just stay on this path of potential destruction? No. I don't know. It's intriguing. I'm glad you shared because earlier I described a man who definitely existed, like to a T. It was creepy almost. But yeah, the turquoise is sending me. It reminds me of the world card. The first thing that came to mind is the world card in the Thoth deck. So you could look that up because I don't have that deck out right now. But maybe I'll use it tonight. I don't know. This is taking a lot out of me after doing tarot all day. I don't know if we're gonna do karmic twin flame tonight, but we'll see. Don't be greedy when you already take up. No one would. No one truly promises you. Not to anybody in particular, of course. Um, Yeah, it's because we're transitioning from Aqua season to Pisces season, and they're both very turquoise because Aquarius is air, but the water bearer, and Pisces is water, but it's springtime. It's like the earth is melting. So I feel like it's very turquoise energy this time of year from the February, March into like the hard greens, right? Like the yellow, green, of the spring kind of Taurus Gemini seasons and then back to blue hue for Cancer. I don't know how to explain it. I just see it that way. I've always seen it that way. um, that it does, right? Isn't that crazy? But also, like I showed you the threads and stuff I was using when you were probably sleeping. Thank you for the follow, Daniela. Please don't ask for a reading. Read the rules before talking. I belong. We're doing one, two, three, four, five. First one is they might come back to you. People are going through some shit right now, and nobody's really sure who to trust or what to do or who to go to, I guess. And it's a lot to deal with. So, number two, eight of discs, working on it, working on a project, working on your money, staying focused on things. Hey, um, putting in the work and really staying structured. It's that second one. Pops up when you agree to join the chat. I'll really be on that. Oh, I love that. Yeah, especially because I'm a Taurus. And whenever I see the witch card in the Halloween oracle, it's the witch, the earthly weaver of the worlds, and that's why I always think of myself because of the necromancy and because I'm an earth sign where it's like, wow, it's so natural for me to speak to the dead because I am of the earth in a sense, because they are among us. And if you're in tune with the earth, you can see things maybe that aren't necessarily there but are there. I don't know how else I would explain that, and I don't want to get too deep into it. There's really not that many rules. I was just getting at like when you chat, there's chat rules, and it just says I don't do personal readings. I didn't mean to put anyone on the spot. I don't slow down. Once we're in the turquoise box, I don't slow down. And I'm doing tarot readings. Try not to interrupt. We'll do chat mode in about 30 minutes when I have to do an ad break, and we can catch up. You can get to know me and ask me a bunch of questions before we go back into any tarot business. So right now we're doing these five cards. Stick with it. Eight of discs, working on some stuff. Okay. Iggy Azalea coming to mind. Don't ask. Okay, I love the new classic, right? This is Moment of Truth. Number three. Wands. Eight of Wands. That's the thing. You're focused on the swords. You got to be focused on the wands. Where's the passion? Where's the feelings? Where are you coming from? What you looking at? What you mean? What am I looking at? What you looking at? Sorry. Funny. You can go on my website, www.illyamilly.com, and you can book one and pay me for one. And I literally just said, please do not interrupt the stream, and that I will be answering questions in about 30 minutes. Thank you so much. Not going to address it again. So it's really more about leaning into the emotions rather than thinking so critically or so literally right now. And we're transitioning from Aquarius season being very hardworking and even work driven and sort of like an organized mindset, even if we see Aquarius as sort of messy or scatterbrained, right? They're very, very internally organized. And so we're moving into Pisces season, which is more emotional, just being a water sign, and also being mutable, where it's a little bit of an uncontrolled kind of emotions, right? So we're going to be seeing that transition where we're feeling that sword energy right now, effective and working and forward and efficient is really coming to mind. But we're transitioning to kind of focus more on emotions and letting the wands come in and just soften. It's like not soften the blow, but soften you up, which sounds terrible because like what does that even mean? It's like soften the blow as if you were gonna give someone bad news, but it's almost like you're giving someone good theoretical good news, but you think it's bad news or something weird. I don't even know. Like emotions coming in and no one knowing how to interpret those emotions because no one knowing what the emotions are. Number four, we've got the Nine of Pentacles. Look at this graceful woman in alone in her garden, tending to her pentacles, looking at her little chirping with her birds, singing along, enjoying her day, basking in the sun. Big earth energy, big earth sign. That's so us, right, lady? My Virgo queen and a Virgo queen myself. Yes, that's very much us. So here we are, just been tending to our own gardens and minding our own business and standing in our own light. And many of us have been, I'm sure. But um, justice will be served. We, number five, have to do nothing, right? That was for the Gemini. That was what we were manifesting truly was justice. Situations becoming finished rather than having this unresolved bullshit going on. Things that we let go that come back around just to honor what we went through and what has happened. Just justice being served in every single sense of the word, and it's going to be a very beautiful process. But it will be painful if you cannot own up to what you've done. And that's the whole point is like if you just come at it with honesty and you come forward quickly and say what you think or say what you feel rather than doing this whole like Stalkerville thing or being curious or just watching people, imitating people, copying people. These are all major themes that keep coming up, not just in my readings and on my streams, but from what I am seeing other people live out in their lives and also hearing from other readers, right? Where it's like heavy stalker energy, heavy, creepy, like obsessive. It's not just my readings where it's like, no, people are really reflecting on the past 10 years and these cycles that they're trying to close out that they didn't realize that they didn't close out and don't even realize like what the fuck they are or what they're doing. And it's very hard to explain it in any other way. It's like very hard to explain it in any other way. So you kind of gotta, it's like move with the quickness, down with the sickness. You better be fast if you want the thickness. You can't shake this. But I'll break that. This is not that. Oh my god, fat cat. What do you want? Okay, 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 okay. Offers no good. Think again. Working through your emotions for sure. Yes, coming through with the emotions, the honesty, the raw, the feelings, the passion. Look at that. Climbing, action, Wheel of Fortune. That's what's gonna make the wheel turn in your favor. Is following your passions, following your fire, following your flame, following the footsteps, the emperor, right? Blazing a trail, becoming what you need to be, having domain over everything if that's what it takes, because the emperor takes care of the empire, not just the kingdom. And if you're only focused on the kingdom, then why the fuck do you expect to be somebody's emperor? So if you're gonna step up and be the emperor, then fucking do that. Hell yeah, masculines. Aries card, face down, something came out. I'm really digging this deck right now. We all are. Queen of Cups. For somebody, femme on femme. Queen of Cups. Very much maternal energy. Very much maternal energy. Another face down card. Then we got King of Swords. Okay, seated at the throne, definitely protective and alert, on high alert. But Three of Cups, this is very jovious unions. This is like, cheers, we're working together, we're celebrating. Yes, it's the energies are so extremely opposite right now, where the masculines are so, I don't want to say out of pocket, but they're just all such out of whack feelings where it's like, what is wrong with y'all? And just expressing what you feel. You know, I can hear you think. Like, it is annoying. I know when you watch the channel. I know when you power on the stream. Da, 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 da. And it makes no difference. They still stay totally silent because men have that hard of a time expressing their feelings, honestly. To not even the person that they have feelings for, but just admitting that they have them at all. Like, it's very unhealthy. And I am far from understanding how people got to that point, especially because I guess my whole life I've always seen men be emotional to some extent or just freely communicating. So I feel like it got to be much later in life that I realized how many people struggle with communication. And I think it was to help me broaden my horizon and how much I say and how much I speak. Right. Because I needed to speak up and be an open communicator and show people how to communicate, even if they won't communicate with me. Because once again, everywhere I go, I leave it better than I came. And sometimes I don't get the best of anything because I left it so that it could become great. It's a curse, I suppose, for me and a blessing for everyone else that everywhere I go and everyone I meet just becomes better once I'm. It's factual and it's healer energy, right? You can't just stick around and be a healer because people would just stay healed all the time and you'd be drained. You have to kind of travel, kind of be on the move, or I mean, yeah, you can't just get depleted by people all the time. It's a very sad, isolating life. So as much as people look at me with the green eyes, Capricorn, oh my God, bro, what the fuck? Capricorn again, the devil again. The world, don't work. Everything works out in the end. If it doesn't, then it's not the end, or whatever the fuck my ex-wife said. Hallelujah. It ain't late yet, right? Wait, did Fat Tuesday already happen? Did I just wake up in this reality? When I wanna stay inside my dreams. Oh, I'm awake now. Two, 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 two on the pre-rolled ad timer. Okay, I feel like we're like pretty much done with this deck. Yeah, no one will have any rest. No one will know any peace until you do something. This is like somehow just easy or funny for me. It's my fucking whole life, bro. King of Pentacles. What the more a good person ask for, right? Coming back like, oh, pity, 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 as if, hello, hello. Who you talking to, man? You having a few sleepless nights and think you're entitled to fucking sympathy from every fucking goddamn lass in the country? Or whatever the fuck you decide. I don't know why I said lass. I don't know if somebody from like a country where that kind of language is pertinent, where they say lass and lad. If you're watching, like it's almost like you're the cross watcher hearing that message about the other person is what I'm sensing. But the Hermit, Virgo, if that is anything. Um the Wheel of Fortune again and the Seven of Swords again. Working through emotions and coming towards people with honesty is going to be what leads you to your fortune and your blessings, period. On point, like blank, period. And you may rest again when you get this happy ending. You may rest again when you get this happy ending. For now, you've got to stop pitying yourself. You've got to stop torturing yourself, and you need to start making moves. Seriously, dude. It's some serious like. Eh, you got options? Cool. Cool, cool, cool. So then why are you alone? Why are you looking within? Why are you being so independent? Why oh I got so many options. Cool, so why are you alone then? Oh, stab me in the back. Who did? You're just laying there. There ain't nobody there. There may be swords in your back, but at some point you gotta pull them out. If you want that 10 of cups, you gotta cut it out with that 10 of swords. At least we're seeing 10-10, right? Because we gotta count our wins and our blessings anywhere we get them, boys. That's how I live. That's how I'm surviving. Okay, it's just counting the wins of like, wow, my body stopped physically hurting me as much, even if mentally I'm going insane for 3 days minimum. It's great. Um, I'm never expecting it to be as bad as it is because I'm so relieved to be not in pain that I'm like never expecting it to be crippling anxiety to the point where I like am so embarrassed just to be a human being for literally like 3 days and then just still somehow pull off doing all of this and acting all confident and being all opinionated or what the fuck ever. crying spells, headaches, emotional wreck, transitions. Crazy, man. Um, it's just gonna keep saying the same thing over and over and over again. I'm putting this deck away, man. This was good, but it was also a little disruptive. It felt pretty personal. Felt like whatever, that's fine, lady. As long as you were on time and it felt like yours, then it was worth every second. We got more cards. I always shuffle before I put them away, and these usually will. It's this literally this world on top again. You want to hear it again? You want to hear this stupid fucking story again? This is like very much angry at the masculines. So if this feels like, yeah, if this feels like you are talking to someone, it's because theoretically you are. Because when someone cannot stop thinking about you, you will inevitably think about them too. So it's like, really, you're gonna sit here and accuse me of being obsessed with you when you're clearly the one who can't stop fucking thinking about me. It's like when you stop doing runner chaser, you get into polar resistor. And so the polar is like, oh, I'm innocent. I didn't do anything. I didn't even look at you. I don't even like you. I don't even fucking blah, 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 blah. But then they're low key obsessively thinking about you, watching you, staring at you, hoping that you look at them, hoping that you see them, hoping they get caught. And then when you catch them, they're like, wow, what are you doing? I can't believe you would even look in my direction. What the fuck? I don't even fucking fuck with you. Cool. Cool. That's so very mature and not at all obvious. Okay. Okay. Sorry, never liked Runner Chaser. Definitely hate this game. The fuck? Come at me straight. Unless you're gay. Then come at me with even more, okay? Jesus fuck. Here's the union. Right after the world. Three of Cups once again. Everyone together. Cheersing and celebrating. Six of fucking cups walking away because you feel so empty, so drained. But Eight of Wands, emotions come pouring in, and guess what? You're emotionally guarded. That's great. Nobody cares. Let your guard down, or don't you dare. Queen of Pentacles. Yeah, I just made that up. What the fuck do you mean? Can I put this deck away now? Is everyone good on that? Can I put this deck away now? Did y'all masculines get your message? This is supposed to be for soulmates, romantic situations, not this fucking back and forth, undecided, blah, 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 blah. So I will say, if y'all are friends or something and you're not sure how to make a move because you're friends, trust me, the other person is ready to receive because they can tell that you like them and it's not at all subtle. And you just stop pretending like it's friendship that you want and just admit to it so that you get it out of the way, address it, and move on or break away. And it's not that you always, even if you didn't always want it or even if you did, you need to be upfront about it and stop being dramatic. Stop stringing people along. Stop getting other people involved. How is that even a thing? Okay, we're putting the deck away. Nothing else is coming out. Thank you all so much for coming. Hardcore. Hardcore. King of Wands at the bottom of the deck. Break it and yep, just staring, longing, wanting to make a nobody cares, dude. Do it or don't. Do it or die. It's, you know what? Fuck do it or don't. Do it or die. Because that is the reality we live in. If you're not going to listen to your karmic lessons, if you're going to keep repeating the same cycles, if you're going to keep making the same mistakes, if you're going to keep being the same person that you've always been when you know that is bad, then guess what? It's death that is going to teach you everything that you've been missing. Period. That is how life works. That is what I've learned. And that is something that I can take solace in. But I'm also pretty much hanging on by a thread because of them fighting my own fucking uterine walls every month. God forgive me. God did. Anubis set my heart. And who knew it was Anubis, you know? I didn't even think of it. I can't do this mystery deck. Yeah, vices and stuff, and just, yep, karmic cycles. You know, I feel like we got a good taste of every kind of everything going on in the love world with this deck tonight, and I don't think I can touch the other two right now. I'll leave them out in case we do them tomorrow because tomorrow's going to be more Valentine's Day than today is. Yes, yes, where it's like, oh, but I want to be immature. I want to be a player. I want to have multiple people. Listen, I'm fucking. The thing about it is that you will eventually meet people who are down for that, and then you still, it won't be good enough because it won't be the way you want it, which is secretly on the side without them having the same because it's about control and lying and cheating rather than actual fucking freedom. Because with actual freedom comes real communication. Without real communication, you are just lying, cheating, and stealing once more, despite what type of relationship you're in. Who still needs that spelled out to them? Like literally in the big mighty year of 2023, y'all are still grasping basic concepts that we sped through in literal fucking high school. What were y'all doing? What were y'all honestly doing? Y'all got so drunk that you didn't like experiment with each other and get to know yourselves at all. I'm so confused. Like, were you just playing too many sports? Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. How did people just never? It's beyond me. It's not, but it's not our responsibility. And I think the thing is people don't realize they drag other people into their bullshit. Keeping it to yourself is literally just you becoming an anchor of energy and pulling people to you. And then when they show up, you go, oh, you're all cagey and shit. Oh, I didn't call you. I didn't do it. What, huh? Yeah, but you're sitting there obsessively thinking about me or everything or desperately seeking energy. And people who can feel that, hear that, sense that come towards you. And then you act like a fucking fool when they do. What the fuck do you expect? What is the fucking outcome that you think is gonna happen when you do shit like especially if you are, oh my God. It's so exhausting. It's so exhausting. And I feel like a lot of the fem energies, whether it's earth sign or the fem representing femborn, doesn't matter how you perceive it. The femmes are so fucking exhausted from it because for a long time, it's not that we were blinded to it, but it was almost like we kind of just went along with it, refused to see it, or didn't fully grasp it until these like past few years when things got very different, people took the time to sit back, relax, take breaks from things, and came back with new light. And those who didn't are just like refusing to break cycles, like we said. And it's very frustrating where it's like, you know what, I am. So you have to kind of let me go and leave me alone. Okay. Or you got to be willing to break the cycle back, come back fresh. But if you're gonna take forever, it's like you already had enough time, and I think that's it. Like I think that's it. So if you are only, having a midlife crisis, good luck to you. However, if you're getting more to end of life seasons of living, then it does come down to just if you're not willing to go through these things and learn these lessons, then it does inevitably end a lot quicker than it would, should, or could because you refuse to accept anything else or whatever the fuck. Yeah, when I'm just trying to do my spiritual practices and I've been focused on myself and I have had my head down while still sharing my light. I've been working on myself. I've been doing the work that I want to do. Exactly. I'm trying to vibe on my lonesome, but when I'm alone, I just feel like there's all these chaotic energies that come towards me and messages that nonstop lately where it's like I don't understand what this is even supposed to be telling me anymore other than I need to just fuck fucking fuck off entirely, Um and it's distracting from my work because in my free time when things aren't dramatic or chaotic and there's not living people trying to cling to me or call to me or do this stupid resistor polar bullshit there's there's just so much that fills my time and I miss that, like I miss being able to just chit chat with Nico casually if I want to or having Jim come in. But I'm telling y'all, like the living is blocking my channels. And if they keep doing that, it's just going to result in accidents and near death experiences, and people need to back the fuck up and stop staring. You're basically staring into the face of death. Don't do that if you're not going to talk and state your case as to why you should be able to. Even like, what the fuck is, oh my god, oh my god, that's just like, especially because the beginning of the stream, really the only thing I intended to talk about was romantic connections and PMDD and where I was at in my cycle and like a few other things. Like, we had a really good discussion on gender, it didn't last that long, but this is borderline exhausting where we've been on the same narrative for a minute. And I'm glad you can relate because, in a way, yeah, of course, I can relate this to many situations in my life. Which one is it? I don't know. I think I have a sense, and I think the cards tell me which one is which and when. And sometimes I feel like, again, the scrying when it comes to the screens is just been interesting to kind of unfold. So it's very frustrating and it's annoying. But to what end do we just, it's almost like they're infiltrating what we have going on, being coven shit, right? Like, they infiltrate our energy, they infiltrate our readings, they infiltrate our life. It's like, is this what y'all been working on? You're just like toxic masculine army. Like, you just want to learn this stuff to disrupt us without actually doing anything for us, but then you want us to come to you because you're so fixated on it, but you want to stay in control and be perceived as powerful. So you can't come to me. I thought the whole point was that men are supposed to pursue women. So as the masculine, why would you not want to pursue the fuck? You want me to beg for you, but I thought you didn't like simps. Fuck? Like, the logic, yeah, right, incel. Go experiment with a man before you ask for another woman. Jesus Christ. Some of y'all are so insufferable, right? You get that energy sometimes where it's like, oh my God, go do something else then. Like, why are you playing these weird games? It's just like a weird feeling. Um, and it seems like there's no escaping it. And so, again, do we just give up tarot, give up streaming, give up having these conversations because of these disruptive energies? Because these living ass fucking people can't own up to the way they're living? That's okay. Did you just come in or have you been listening? That's probably because you might be on the other side of things. Yes. Yes. And it's like, I don't know if this is karma for when I was younger and didn't understand these things as much, or if because I've vocalized my own needs and maybe haven't had them met and I'm still searching for connections that are more mutually beneficial than the one that I've had. And I am actively trying to set boundaries, but I see how much my boundaries aren't really being put into effect. But yeah, that is what we're talking about. Is vampiric energy. And it's really sad because it's like I can like understand if you need some energy and you don't have it to replenish back, but you can't just like use me for it or deny that you're doing it. I'm a healer though. I get why I'm me, you know, and it's maybe same for you, where it's like, yeah, no, duh, you're choosing me. You just have to say that. You just have to admit to that. And maybe, yeah, you owe me, but it doesn't have to be money and it doesn't have to be energy and it doesn't have to be anything that drains you when I've just healed you. The point is for it to be something that comes with ease. What do you get from the energy that I give you? You know what I mean? It's just like, what the, because I'm getting exhausted. And my fucking PMDD makes me exhausted enough of the time. I only get 2 good weeks. It is so hard to justify letting anybody be on my mind. And I do a pretty good job, once again, just hanging out with dead people when I better to think. So I don't like these little like obsessors. It's been so out of control. It's like the retrograde ended and it just won't stop. And retrograde ended like over a month ago. I feel like it's not even like I'm going insane. It's like you do always pop in with some random messages. Never be stop apologizing. You never have to be so sorry, Jim. Interesting when you add stuff. You definitely represent the masculine because we're having a very feminine conversation right now, a femme-led conversation about the dynamic. So I feel like you coming in and saying that sort of just is the message of the masculine saying, I'm confused. Yeah, that's what communication's for. You just verbalize that. Hey, I'm confused. Okay, what are you confused about? Then you proceed to say what you're confused about so that two people can work together by using conversation to clear up any fucking confusion. What the fuck is so, what a weak ass excuse. And I'm not saying that at you, Jimmy. Like you said, it was a message that you felt like you should deliver. And I agree, you should deliver it. But again, easy solutions for made up problems. Toxic masculines, toxic masculines. Anyways, exactly. I love it. I love it. So the pre-rolls are gonna go off in like 3 minutes. Um, I've been streaming for like 3 hours, and I feel like I can just like really keep going. Yeah, we were talking. Oh, I didn't even realize you weren't. No, wasn't that all at the same time? Or no? No, you're right. It wasn't. You told me about your dream when you first got here, and then he brought up turquoise, and we brought up your dream again. You're right. Wow, that's so wild. I'm gonna roll ads, but I'll probably get a little snack, and my bangs are driving me nuts, which is part of the reason I'm unhinged. Oh, now they look perfect. Okay. It was. So, no, I know, but um, he had a dream. Yeah. Now I know. It's a vibe lately. So, yeah, I'm gonna snack. I'm gonna roll some ads. I'm gonna do my thing. I might sit here and type. I might be kind of up and roaming around for a little bit, and then I'll probably roll more ads so we can get back up to an hour. Or even like a 40-minute break. Yeah. And then maybe just chat for a minute. Amen. And you're also fem energy, Ali, because you're Virgo and Earth is fem. It's like Taurus is fem. And sometimes I know I come off masculine, like I said, but ultimately my chart is dominated by feminine. And so I try to remain like in my masculinity and make sure that I'm not totally toxic. And sometimes I am. But I'm learning to call myself out and trying to curb it by learning to do better and observing and being honest and forward and having hard conversations, even in a public way. So embarrassing, who's to say? Anyways, we're gonna take a little bit of an extended break, y'all. It's been great having you, and I want to come back once again, maybe with some tarot. I don't think I can do any more of these love decks tonight. I don't know if I want to do any of the other decks yet. I will think about it. And if any of you miss any particular deck or want to hear from any particular deck, let me know. But that reading was draining. That's exactly what I'm talking about. People who don't want to talk to me but can't stop thinking about me, but then they come on here and they want to fucking watch me and they want me to talk to them and they want the fucking messages. And it's like, girl, the fuck are you doing? Or dude, or what the fuck? It doesn't matter. But either way, I'm just like, what? Talk to me. I'm so much more friendly than it seems like. But maybe I'm not. I don't know. Better find out. Anyways, let's take this break. A little bit of an extended break. Maybe we'll clear our energy. We'll be fine. Um, we'll get up, dance around, do something, right? I love you all so much. And good luck to us, right? I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back in chat mode because, like I said, I put that deck away. I don't think I'm doing these other decks. I think maybe we'll do them tomorrow, but right now I'm gonna pack this bowl, even though I've been smoking a lot lately or this week, but that is very on par with my cycle, and I use it medicinally. So, anyways, yeah. So thanks for sticking it out through the break with me, y'all. That was really kind. I'm happy you're still here. Thank you. Thank you. Yep. Yep, that's like, yeah, exactly. Like they're just trying to disrupt us, and it's like, for what? To what end? We could be working together against like the greater evils of the universe, but you don't even register that they exist because you're too busy worrying about what I'm doing and you losing the power you have over me instead of working with me and appreciating the power that I have. Wow. Wow. Well, we've got the power now, motherfucker. Um, I definitely am far from using any kind of drugs you'd have to do up the nose. That's far from my. I've seen what it does to people's noses. No, thank you. I would say allergies are just like being emotional or like getting up and sitting back down for some reason. I was eating, oh, because what I ate was spicy. The um, there. I'm like, why am I sniffly all of a sudden? Not that sudden, and also, yeah. So, um, the masculine energy does feel so disruptive sometimes. And it's like, why? To what end? What do you get out of this? But okay. Cool. And then it's just nothing but being divided from that point on. And it's like, all right, so for fuck's sake, how do we progress as humans or as a society if we're still so fixated on like not necessarily destroying each other, but like one side being very much 333 on the offense and the other side being forced into being on the defense and then accused of being the ones who started it, and that's classic gaslighting. So the things that people joke about and say, oh, it's not that deep, or like say, oh, it's not that serious, it's not all men, blah 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 blah, we see enough patterns once again, 333 that it is a problem and that it's gone on for too long and that it is that deep because it goes back that far and that many generations where we saw these principles being instilled in men decades ago, centuries ago. We've seen these practices rise to power through patriarchies and matriarchies alike because the matriarchy doesn't do anything more for the people than the patriarchy does. You know? Yep. And the crazy thing is that um like, sorry, I'm eating a clove. It's so good. Oh my god, I fucking love cloves so much. Um, I am definitely strange. I really think I'm an alien. So yeah, I obviously I've been intuitive and I've been doing tarot and I've been doing these readings and they've been accurate on a personal level for people and it seems like they've been accurate on a stream level for people. And that's great and I've very much enjoyed it. But something lately, it's like when I say second sight, I feel like fucking Cordelia. Only worse. Speaking of Coven, like it's worse than that though. Well, I'm grateful to have my sight, so definitely far from being worse than that. Um, but it's just like insanely strong. Once again, where I've always been connected to the dead or connected to the tarot, I feel like I'm straight up mind reading and observing people's lives and seeing things that I'm not asking to see, but that I need to see because my name is being said in these rooms without me in them. And it's not always positive, but it's not necessarily negative. It's just like becoming aware of it. And spirit being like, you know what? It's enough secrets. It's enough backstabbing. It's enough lies. It's enough kept this and that. It's enough. And spirit's like, you know what? This may not last forever, but here you go. I'm going to show you everything. That means a lot to me because I've been saying that I'm trying to befriend the crows, but I never actually meet any crows to befriend, but I always have trinkets on me. You know what I mean? So it's just one of those things where, like, the moment that I do meet crows, I hope to become friends with them. But the roses are very significant to me because I get that that's a cliche, but I'm really into American Beauty, the Grateful Dead album, and it just kind of spawns from there. So, like, the rose has always been a sign to keep going for me and being on my path and something being tested. Apples, not sure. Apple a day keeps the doctor away, possibly true, but apples and oranges. Pink Floyd comes to mind. So, thank you. I like when you contribute your messages. Um, Once again, I also think getting into the age of technology and the age of information is making us inherently more intuitive, whether we want to be or not, whether we realize it or not. But you know what's odd? Partner is not necessarily like nothing like me, right? Okay. There is the Apple card in the Halloween oracle that's risk and reward. My partner's like not necessarily completely out of touch, but definitely not as in touch as me. But lately, I've been telling them repeatedly that their intuition is spot on with everything. There's definitely something going on. There's a great awakening. And the thing, you know what's so funny? Lady, I think you're kind of too new. And Jimmy, you might be too new too, because I feel like y'all came during the December, January wave, right? So back back during I want to say Libra season, it feels like fucking yesterday ago. During Libra season, we said you'll know everything by Aquarius season. Everything that's done in the dark will come to light. People will start finding out. You will fucking be told one way or another whether it literally we could go back on the streams, but I don't know which one it would be. And I said some shit like whether it's through your own intuition or a message from someone else, you will know. You will intuitively know, or you will know because they'll tell you, blah, blah, blah. People had all this time to tell us what was really going on. And if they chose not to, now we just see it for ourselves. And honestly, do nothing. Do nothing with confidence. Oh my God, this clove is literally so good right now. I cannot handle it. It's so fucking satisfying to me. How y'all doing, by the way? Okay. I love when people say back when they don't realize they're gone. It's like, great, I was talking to you the whole time. I've been twice tonight. I don't remember what I said really fully. It's okay. So yeah, we're just chatting right now. Um, It's not your fault. It was something silly like just do nothing. Like people who want to play games and had all this time to say something and don't. Trust your intuition. That's what I was saying. Is back during Libra season or Leo season, somewhere between there. We're talking about how like, oh, it'll all make sense come Aquarius season, and you'll intuitively know, or you'll know because it'll be told to you, or you'll see it for yourself, or it'll come to you as a message through someone else. But like, I literally said that shit verbatim, and I was just saying how it feels like it just happened, and now I'm flash forward this moment of like, oh yes, my intuition is showing me some interesting stuff, really interesting stuff. This world is crazy. I'm hearing like a Beatles song. I want you. I want you so bad. I want you. Yeah. I want you so bad. It's driving me mad. It's driving me mad. Na-na-na-na. Yeah, and see, I've always been more like paranoid, and I feel like my early phases of paranoia, and definitely like long before I understood the effects of PMDD and like the way paranoia shows up regularly in my cycle, and being able to determine whether or not something is like a real concern or threat or something I've made up. I feel like because I was always open to stuff and just always thinking about these things, it came to me easily or from very many different bodies and vehicles. My path was easily found and very difficult and full of many ridiculous challenges and side quests and so much pain and trauma and torture, but so much less so than would have been in another realm or century or even country. And so I'm very grateful, despite the fact that I have suffered so much, because I managed somehow at the end of the day to still be comfortable. So I think it's never been lost on me to just always be speaking gratitude because, for real, as much as we hate to say it, things can be so much worse. And so it's really hard to be like a full time hater. I really have to admit, I'm not a full time hater. Even when I complain about stuff, I think it's just only fair to be able to complain about things like the systems in place or the way that people think or the way that we affect each other in the decisions that we make, whether it's through consumerism or through other aspects of capitalism that force us to be in competition with one another, force us to be self conscious about ourselves. Just like a myriad of things like that, where I don't know, it just seems like if it affects other people, it's time that we just be able to have a conversation about it. And that goes across the board for anything at this point. Once again, having emphasis on 2023, human beings are just fucking lacking at this point, and it's honestly sad. Because if they are trying to plant some kind of weird alien invasion thing going on while there's like toxic oil spill in Ohio, or whatever the hell is happening in America right now, to try to alleviate some of the guilt that they've been feeling about the way we treat everything else in the entire world, well, it would just be a plan, you know? It's they've been here. difference does it make? And also, what is this line? Is there a crack in my camera? Or is this like a hair? Is there a crack in the camera screen? What is that? What do y'all think? Was it the camera? See the line? What is that? I never noticed it. I guess it's like irrelevant because I sit over here. Whoa, what did I just click on? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is because I was always open to it. Like I first of all went to Catholic school. I know we've emphasized that point many times and with good reason because all my spiritual practices truly do stem from that time of my life. Why did the chat just empty? So annoying. Um, that yeah, it's very hard to determine whether or not I was practicing as a child. And, perhaps people in my life nurtured it more than I realize now. And instances such as doing ritualistic masses and prayer slash meditation slash manifestations, right? Is, learning how to pray this and hope it comes true. It's the same as manifesting something, dude. So even though the language was different, it's not any different than the practices I was doing then, is what I'm doing now. And just adding tools to it. So it's definitely been a trip to kind of come to that realization, which happened through necromancy and celebrating All Saints Day like I have my whole life. Right. So like because we were slightly I feel like I don't remember anyone saying some shit like that to me, but I feel like adults always like would kind of entertain conversation with me and they would talk to me. So I feel like some of them probably were a little creeped out by some of the stuff I said. Um yeah, I don't know. Probably always had the gift. Yep. So, being around open-minded people really helps. But also when you are kind of that in tune at that age or so young or before you really truly can understand it, it's like it sets you up for isolation. Like I don't think I'm really exaggerating when I say how isolating of an experience this is because even if I do manage to make friends, I have a hard time holding on to those connections because of my PMDD, but also just because of the nature of what I do is very controversial and it's very weird and it doesn't align with people's beliefs and it's really hard for people to accept who I am and my lifestyle and to actually embrace it rather than just be like, haha, it's so unusual. Anyways, when do you think you'll grow out of it? It's like, thank you for the support, I guess. Where it's like, I've just now started to prove myself in it, and you want me to stop doing it. Like, that's such a weird energy to come at me with. So, I just have to stop giving people like that repeated chances to accept me when they never have and never will. Hell yeah, I was too. Making, watching Practical Magic on fucking repeat because we had it on VHS tape. Love that fucking movie. And building potions of a man, and then I'm like, oh my god, is that the man? And it's like, how long you been fucking, I made this fucking potion. I think he showed up in my dreams and be like, dude, you're like 8 years old. And then we became friends, and then who knows, all mental. But then when we met, I had a weird moment, right? So something like that. That's like vaguely, I think what happened. It was like, yep, I remember that very well. You know, and I just was never able to bury it because I just say some off. Though I don't know if it's like autism or something, but I just was always so like it was like, okay, don't be weird. So I just wouldn't talk, and that would inherently be weird. So then I'd be put on the spotlight and then say something fucking weird and just proceed to be fucking weird. And I'd always be, I just like I am now. I'd be writing in my journals and my notebooks, writing songs, writing just like thoughts that pop in my head. Like, ever since I was a kid. So even if I was trying to keep it a secret, it really never was. I'm so much worse at trying to hide who I am than I am expressing myself. And most people it's vice versa, which like is so hard for me to comprehend. So hard for me to comprehend. Um, and obviously, like I opened up about today being one of those days where I have absolutely no self confidence in any of the stuff that I'm doing. And yet I still came on here with a freaking poo on my face. It's a cloud, but it's starting to look like a poo. God damn it, it's alright. The fucking poo train showed up the day I got the poo cloud on my face. So I guess it's like whatever tourist nation. This is pathetic. Coming in being like, nah, I'm calling out bullshit. All aboard the poo train. We're calling some bullshit. I think they're like long gone. So family, I was doing a fucking pink deck soulmate love reading. We went really deep. We went really hard. We were really in that shit. And it was really good. But I don't know if I'm gonna do any more tarot tonight. Not sure that I'm doing any more tarot. Something tells me to pull out the deck, the cosmic deck of initiation. It's a cloud raining heart. It was cute. It was a mess up. I was doing little hearts right here, and the black smudged and was too big. And I was like, I'm not starting over. It's too late. I'm just gonna make this a giant cloud. And it looked okay up close, but now it's starting to rub off. And the more it rubs off, the more it looks like poo, unfortunately, because I didn't see these last. Okay, well, I'm glad you thought it was balloons. 99 red balloons go by. All right, so anyways, um, I'm a bit tired. I think this is when we're gonna start winding down. We got some time just to kick it, but yeah, I think no more tarot for the evening. It's like, oh, you've been smoking weed all night. Yeah, well, because I fucking did tarot all day, did tarot for the last 4 hours. I only did tarot for like 2 of the hours, but I feel like I had that deck out for a minute, right? Oh yeah, something was telling me to pull out the cosmic deck of initiation. So I'm it's white. It's the circle deck. That's why it's like, yeah, I don't know. I'm torn. I don't really want to do any more tarot, but I feel like the love deck was so intense and so clogged with all these living human energies. It was really, really pissing me off. Like really pissing me off where it's like, God damn, can I get a breather at least? Like for fuck's sake. Um, but the cosmic deck of initiation being the angels, I feel like we need to be inspired and we need guidance and we need to hear from higher beings because of all the human flooding. Like the dead could not get through to me right now. They're like, you got to resolve this shit with the living. And I'm like, that's annoying because I'm very confrontational and I'm very willing to have conversations. But you know what? I get rejected every day. I can handle a little bit of rejection, so I can try so many times, but I can only try so many times. Jesus fucking Christ. Got no problem doing that. Hey, yep, I know I'm on your mind. Yeah, yeah, I get it. Yep, yep. Can't really say that to someone, can you? So you try to go in nicer than that and less honest than that, and just more normal and civil than that. Hey, how are you? Hey, this reminded me of you. Hey, trying again. Hey, gonna try to be nice to you. Hey, trying to get a hold of you. Hey, here's a this or that. Tag it as. Yeah, and the good communicators are not responsible for both parties to communicate. And I think this goes very much in line with this idea that, like, oh, we're adults. I don't have to get you back. I don't have to you to blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, I also don't have to be here when you bother picking it up. I also don't have to wait and expect someone like that to be a friend in my life when honestly I got room for like maybe 6 people. Shut up. Like just stop sending the fucking mixed signals and blatant in between messages. Just give it up. Like stop holding on to dead ass friendships. It's okay to be civil with people, but you don't gotta reach out every so often and be like, hey, 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 what's the point? Investor don't. That whole shit or get off the pot mentality. Right? That's just when it rains, it pours, you know? Oh my god. But it's polar resistor. It's oh look at they want me because look they hit me up. And it's like I hit you up because you're incessantly thinking about me and I intuitively know that as someone who is perceivably psychic and talks to dead people directly. The reason I'm hitting you up is because it's interfering with my work. I need to be able to get back to my work. And in order to do that, I need to resolve some of this unfinished business because if you were to die, it would become increasingly annoying, increasingly fast, because then it would be almost entirely on me to resolve the business for you once you've passed on. And that's annoying, especially if I'm willing to help you do it while you're alive. Okay, like, sorry, that's a reciprocal kind of connection. You have to offer something. Yes, you can pay me. Yes, you can exchange me. Yes, barter system. Sure, 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 sure. But must be compensated in some way, shape, or form. So frustrating. And if you wait till you die, you're going to serve a very long sentence, right? We've gone over the layers of hell. We've walked through Hades with me. I've walked y'all through it. I tell you, you're going to get a longer sentence if you leave shit unresolved with me. That's, the choice that you're going to make. You, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. A brand new day. Just be alive and live your life and focus on yourself and do what you need to do and express your feelings and put on not only your best face, but maybe your best outfit, your best attitude, and come correctly and become anew and allow yourself to open doors that you thought were closed or locked for whatever reason or whatever or excuse that you have to not do the things that you know you're meant to be doing. Okay? So let today be the day that you wake up and decide Monday's got nothing on. You're going to kick ass. You're going to do the things you need to do, and you're going to do it with class. You're going to do the things that bring you joy and also the things that keep you intact. And choose yourself over and over again, and know that choosing yourself will lead you to choosing the best people for you. And you can choose them too once you have them, once you become the best version of you. And that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That takes time. That's fine. But say that, right? You still have to use your words no matter what comes out. Or you miss out and get a fucking hella long sentence in hell. 2022 is almost over. Y'all lucky you even made it to this point without fucking catching something. Like, for real. Like, for really, 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 really real. But aqua season's coming to a close pretty quickly. We're in the last week of aqua season, and then we're gonna be celebrating everything that's coming in the new year for the people who put in the work and dug in the dirt and actually planted within the earth and watered the plants and watched the seeds grow because the more you reap, the more you sow. The more you sow, better you both know. To be watching my stream is more than a show. Mhm. Either way, though. Okay. Enough with the silly illy milly. It's just that time. And those who have celebrated life and who have spoken joy into life and to others and really praised each other and held each other up and got through these hard times and were soulmates to one another, right? and like really lifted, it will show. Oh, 2023 is about to be a different year when the zodiac cycle begins, Aries season. And it's hard to say what's coming because anything that you could have maybe thought for yourself isn't, but something else is. So that's interesting, isn't it? That sounds more like the dead, right? That's what I'm used to. And I'll be like, oh, who's that? And they'll tell me immediately and we'll talk it out and it's so beautiful and oh my God, we've resolved stuff. And yeah, I work with dead people all the time. They give me so much information on life itself, on people, on their regrets. They give me so much insight. I will do anything for them. But the living, they do nothing for me half the time. So they get nothing from me. But the fact that any of them are trying to get my attention by thinking about me so obsessively that it's actually 24/7 is getting to be to the point where am having a hard time addressing it. To where I come on stream and I'm like, intuitively, the conversations are being driven into the same point over and over again this week for no other reason other than Valentine's Day is stressing people out for no reason. Maybe meant to spend time with the living, but I honestly, I mean, I fail to even know who I want to spend time with in a way, right? I mean, what I do is isolating and my cycle's isolating, but sometimes I really do just like to be alone because it's when I'm kind of doing my best and thriving. Although I do also love to experience the feeling of being loved. So there's an insatiable need that never seems to go away to go out and explore and meet people and do things and have friends or family or lovers or whatever. But at the end of the day, I usually reject it. And I'm not sure if it's because I was stuck in such a negative karmic cycle or if because I'm truly meant to be a loner. I'm trying to reject any kind of self negative thoughts, but is it negative to be that way? That's the thing. It's like you assume it's a negative thing, but maybe that's just the way I'm meant to exist or want to exist or supposed to exist, or the way that I function, or just the way it is. It's hard to say because it's been very hard to keep any kind of good relationships. And people can judge me for that. I'm the first one telling you, though, at least so I can be honest, right? You don't need to hear it from some of my fucking exes or whatever. I don't even really have any. This is the thing, because I know this about myself, right? So, um, yeah, I would like to believe that there are people out there for me. It's just I feel I've yet to see it because, again, I understand why it's very hard to like openly be about me or want to fuck with me or work with me or know me or even be involved with me in any kind of way. And some people are and do and really don't care or think it's cool. And others, I think, are a little more private about it, which is fine too. And some are just too scared to even talk to me, associate with me, let alone would be like talk publicly with me. It's tough. And then a lot of people who will do that want to demean me and make me feel like a mental patient if they do. So it's like they like told me around like um, not necessarily Britney Spears vibes, but damn near did evade that, didn't I? In some ways, yeah, probably, right? Because so easily prone to these things. Um, young girls who have the potential to be groomed or the history of like some sort of mental instability. However the fuck one gets trapped into things. I guess I'm just like grateful that I got to grow and learn and experience and be worthless to anybody financially so that I never got caught up in any bad deals, before I was old enough to be able to know that those things happen, right? So, even though, yes, I've been rejected many times and faced really many different ways on many planes before, I still I come back for more because it's simply what the fuck else are you supposed to do in life other than try again and make new friends, meet new people, and fall in love and do something else and keep going and figure out what the next cycle and the new cycle is going to be if you're so adamantly breaking karmic cycles in this reality, which I personally am. Because I'm like, why the fuck would I buy into this reproduction system when in reality I need to just face whatever the fuck is going on here and not pass it along to some kids? Seems a random thing to do. Let's just heal these conditions. Let's just work through this. Let's just address these elephants in the room, these past lives and these fucking uncomfortable moments and whatever it means to be lovers and how to be friends and who gives a fuck, man. Crazy stuff, right? It's just like, yeah, the social bit of us is like, it's almost like the earth tendency to just want to organize things in such a responsible way while still reflecting or honoring emotions because of the feminine nature of earth signs, right? But the meticulous way that we like to organize things, but they can once again emotionally driven. It's just it is a little bit of an odd combo. It almost sounds like an odd, but truly true earth energy. Um, it's yeah, it's just odd to think. It's just odd to think about these things, and honestly, it's like my job to think about these things. That is what I think about when I do my job or whatever the fuck Laurie Anderson said. So, I understand it's not everyone's cup of tea, but I appreciate everybody's whose it is. Staying up with me, vibing with what I say, feeling with what I feel, understanding what I'm going through, because also affirming that, yep, I'm going through that too. There's a reason a lot of us do go through similar emotions or the same emotions or, have these experiences with one another or together in this way because it's almost like not only are we meant to share this experience, but we're meant to be able to progress these ideas not only on a spiritual level, but even on a scientific level or somewhat human level because we are still evolving. Two on the free roll off time. Um, we are evolving. I don't know why people just have this. I feel like humans kind of teach science as a historic thing rather than an ongoing thing, like it is. And we just assume that human evolution is at its pinnacle for some reason. And we, I feel, do not discuss the generational differences and what we can already see as evolutionary improvements and disprovements from where we were 100 years ago versus 200 years ago, from like motor skills to the way that the human face has developed, like seeing young people today versus young people 100 or 200 years ago, like I'm saying. Like it's just it is very odd to think about. So I don't know. I don't know. A lot of random stuff's coming up right now, and I think it's because I'm getting tired. So I'm like, I could channel more messages and share more thoughts. I did want to do that cosmic deck of initiation, but honestly, I'm thinking instead of doing love readings tomorrow, we'll do angel cards tomorrow, and it will be more about Saint Valentine rather than romance, right? Because tonight was very much a romantic evening. And as much as I can appreciate some romance, and we haven't done any love readings, and I hyped it up, and I was like, we'll totally do this all week long. Yes, yes, I have a sleep energy where it's like, of course I can keep going. We always have so much to talk about. It's only been 4 hours, which isn't that long, but it's been a chill, kind of sleepy night to begin with. That love reading was obnoxious to say the least. It was draining, it was tiring, it was borderline awful, but it's okay. I think it was necessary. I think whoever it was to or about really truly needed to hear it and needed it to be about them, and that's fine. It's not Capricorn season, but if the devil is upon us, then so be it. Um, yeah, I think the demons just were out a lot today and they were really good, and I'm not going to push them, so I'm putting these away. But tomorrow's stream, per usual, I think what I'll do is use maybe the mystery deck because I didn't get the chance to use it today, but now I'm a bit too drained for it. And then we'll plan for the cosmic deck of initiation. So we can get some angel action in while we talk about the saints aspect of Valentine's Day, which is something I very much enjoy doing as a good little Catholic schoolgirl. Actually, that being said, I think I'm gonna roll some ads and go, y'all. I could keep again sleepy chatting, but I'm like, what am I really saying right now? Is it crucial or imperative, or really gonna be an asset to anyone's knowledge database? Probably not. Maybe more personally revealing, perhaps. I should just call it while I'm ahead. So, thanks once again for tuning in. This is a cloud, not a poo, but thanks for all the new follows and the subs. And I love y'all so much. Yeah, it's been a great night. You've been amazing, my lady. So happy you were here with me for most of this evening. And thank you to anybody else who's been lurking. Thank you for whoever provided the shit show for us. It was a lot of fun. I think maybe we know. I don't know. Maybe we know. Maybe we don't. But thank you all so much. Lots of new follows, lots of maybe not new friends, but hey, I just said I wasn't really good at making friends, didn't I? So at least you'll hear it from me. Good night. Thanks for still hanging out. And you'll always the stream, we're always gonna hear it from me. Okay, so let's roll some ads and I'm just gonna come back and end it. So I love y'all so much. Thank you for being here. And I hope we have really good sweet dreams and maybe I'll be in more of them. And it's okay if it's Once again, I'm sorry if you didn't realize that I was not coming back. Thanks for tuning in for those ads. It's time to call it a goddamn night. So I hope that you all had a great time. It's the reading, rewind the tapes. We did the pink deck love reading insight for you. I'll be back this evening to do some St. Valentine angel inspired, maybe alien stuff. But until then, good night, good luck. I love you all so very fucking much. See you soon.